Chapter 41-24. Everyone stared at the 14 beast venerables with a trace of vigilance in their eyes. However, there was nothing unusual in the eyes of the 14 beast venerables. Because if the 14 beast venerables had already become puppets, their eyes wouldn't be so clear. Lord Dragon God, Lord Sky Rock, kill him quickly. The 14 beast venerables not only had clear eyes, but were also full of hatred and resentment towards Qin Feiyang. The Dragon God and the others slowly let down their guard. But at this moment, they were still hating Qin Feiyang a moment ago, and seemed to have lost their sea of qi and cultivation, but in the next moment, a destructive aura burst out. Self-explosion. And as this aura burst out, they were all surprised to find that the aura of the 14 beast venerables had all become imperishable realm. What was going on? How could they have expected such a thing to happen? Caught off guard, they were all submerged in the waves of the self-explosion. However, with their current imperishable realm cultivation, the self-explosion couldn't hurt the Dragon God and the others at all. Of course, Qin Feiyang didn't expect that the self-explosion of the beast venerables could hurt the Dragon God and the others. He was just creating an opportunity to escape. Because the sudden self-explosion of the beast venerables and their cultivation had become imperishable realm would inevitably cause the Dragon God and the others, who were caught off guard, to fall into confusion and panic. And he could take advantage of the chaos to slip away. However, Qin Feiyang also knew that even if this was the case, it would be impossible for him to escape. So, he had prepared other means. In the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Just as the beast venerables self-exploded, he immediately turned around, activated the moment of time, and fled to the front. Even now, you still dare to tease me. You don't know what's good for you. The Dragon God came back to his senses and looked at the destroyed Dragon God mountain, his eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. He looked up at Qin Feiyang, who had already escaped some distance away, and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him for me." At this moment, there were 3 beast gods in front of Qin Feiyang. When they heard the Dragon Gods shout, they immediately regained their senses and charged at Qin Feiyang with ultimate intent. The monarch, the divine king, and the autarchs of the human race looked at each other and attacked as well. Hey! Qin Feiyang bared his teeth. Ignoring the monarch and the others, he stared at the 3 beast gods in front of him. As long as he could break through the blockade of the 3 beast gods, it would be equivalent to breaking out of the encirclement. Whoosh! Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor appeared next to him without any warning. The Eye of Evil and the Eye of Despair were instantly activated. This was undoubtedly even more sudden. Even the 3 beast gods were unable to react to such a sudden turn of events. The Eye of Despair caused them to instantly fall into the abyss of despair. Following closely, the Eye of Evil controlled their 7 emotions and 6 desires, causing their eyes to instantly turn blood red. As if they had turned into 3 terrifying demon kings, they brushed past Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and went straight for the monarch and the others. This was the terrifying part of the Eye of Evil. No matter what kind of living being it was, they all had 7 emotions and 6 desires. As long as they had 7 emotions and 6 desires, they would not be able to escape the control of the Eye of Evil. What's going on? Seeing the 3 beast gods' abnormal behavior, everyone present, including the Dragon God, was confused. I'm so sorry. They spent so much effort to encircle and annihilate us, but in the end, we escaped so easily. Remember to be more careful next time. But next time, we won't know who's scheming who. Also, who's the idiot here? Do you know what's going on now? Qin Feiyang's mocking laughter rang out. The group came back to their senses and immediately looked up. They saw that the 3 of them had already escaped to the horizon. They could only vaguely see their backs. Damn it! The Dragon God was instantly enraged and yelled, "Chase after them." The group of beast gods immediately chased after them. At this moment, the 3 controlled beast gods suddenly quivered and woke up. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Where is this? What are they doing? Wait, where's Qin Feiyang? Weren't they encircling and annihilating him? Why did he disappear all of a sudden? The furious dragon god stepped forward and kicked them, yelling, "You 3 pieces of trash, hurry up and chase after them." Okay, okay, okay. The 3 beast gods nodded repeatedly. With their heads full of doubts, they turned and flew into the sky. Heavenly Lord, take some people with you and chase after them too. No matter what, we have to find them. The king's eyes flashed slightly as he looked at Heavenly Lord Ji and ordered. Yes. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded, looked at the people of the purple gold divine dragon race, and yelled, "Follow me. You guys go too." The divine king and the human supremacy also looked at the supremacies behind them and ordered. However, the human supremacy looked at the divine king and the king with a complicated look in his eyes. The evil eye is indeed powerful. At the same time, Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang next to him and smiled. So. Mu Tianyang waved his hand, but the smugness on his face was hard to hide. Li Feng has already told us the situation. What are your plans now? The demon ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. The dragon god has schemed against us, so of course we can't be polite to him. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He turned his head and looked at the beast gods chasing after them. They had already escaped the encirclement, but they still dared to chase after them. It seemed that they really didn't know what he was capable of. Swoosh! 3,000 incarnations appeared instantly. Treat them well. Qin Feiyang smiled at the 3,000 incarnations. Understood. The 3,000 incarnations laughed sinisterly. If he didn't know the dragon god's plan, then he would definitely be in trouble this time. But unfortunately, the dragon god had never expected that Long Qin had the ability to spy on other people's telepathy. As long as he knew the dragon god's plan, then the dragon god would be dreaming if he wanted to encircle and annihilate him. The first step to breaking out of the encirclement was naturally to let Long Qin use the soul-controlling technique to control the 14 beast sovereigns and then use their self-destruction to make the dragon god's group panic. The second step was to let the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang suddenly attack and deal with the beast gods blocking in front of them. The third step was to use 3,000 incarnations. With these 3,000 incarnations covering the rear, even if the beast gods had heaven-defying abilities, they wouldn't be able to catch up with them. For Qin Feiyang, breaking out of the encirclement was that simple. This also showed how powerful the Eye of Despair and the Evil Eye were. This time, if it weren't for the help of Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor, no matter how meticulous his plan was, it would be impossible to break out of the encirclement. After Qin Feiyang and the other 2 left, the 3,000 incarnations all turned around and looked at the dozen or so beast gods chasing after them. A bunch of idiots who don't know their limits. With a laugh, the 3,000 incarnations activated the ultimate intent of the law of life and death. The 3,000 kingdom of life and death immediately unleashed a destructive power and attacked the dozen or so beast gods. The dozen or so beast gods' faces changed drastically when they saw this scene. They hurriedly stopped and activated their ultimate intents to attack. Because it was too late to escape now. They could only brace themselves and face it head-on. But even though they all mastered the ultimate intents of the 6 strongest laws and had merged with the will of heaven, they couldn't stop the 3,000 kingdom of life and death. The dozens of ultimate intents instantly collapsed like rotten wood. The 3,000 kingdom of life and death attacked them. At this moment, Heavenly Lord Ji and the other supremacies rushed over with their men. Should we save them? Heavenly Lord Ji was a little hesitant. Because he knew the current relationship between the purple gold divine dragon race and Qin Feiyang and the others. If these dozen or so beast gods were killed by Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations, the strength of the beast race would instantly plummet. The dragon god would also become a commander without an army. But the others around him still didn't know the relationship between the purple gold divine dragon race and Qin Feiyang and the others. Because even the supremacies, the monarch and the divine king didn't know about the spy. In other words, except for Heavenly Lord Ji, the tens of thousands of people present still hated Qin Feiyang and the others and regarded Qin Feiyang and the others as great enemies. So, if Heavenly Lord Ji refused to save the dozen or so beast gods now, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Fine. He sighed. Anyway, even if these divine beasts didn't die now, Qin Feiyang would find a way to kill them in the future. In short, no matter what, the cooperation between the purple gold divine dragon race and Qin Feiyang couldn't be exposed. Help! With that thought, Heavenly Lord Ji immediately roared and activated his 3,000 incarnations. Together with the supremacies, they led tens of thousands of overlords and charged towards the 3,000 kingdoms of life and death. Such a collision was undoubtedly destructive. Although they successfully destroyed the 3,000 incarnations in the end, the void and land in this area had already been destroyed. A large number of beasts were also affected and their blood splashed across the sky. The pungent smell of blood filled the air and wouldn't dissipate for a few years. Moreover, by the time they defeated the 3,000 incarnations, Qin Feiyang and the other two had already disappeared. Dragon God Mountain. It was also a mess. The dragon god's face was extremely ugly. So many overlords had joined forces to besiege this person, but he still managed to escape. This was simply a great humiliation. Especially the last sentence Qin Feiyang left before he left. Who was the stupid one? This sentence was simply like an invisible slap, ruthlessly slapping him in the face. My lord, please calm down. The heavenly rock trembled at the side. How can I calm down? The dragon god roared. The monarch, the divine king, and the human race supremacy were also at the side. The human race supremacy already knew the thoughts of the monarch and the divine king, but he didn't expose them in front of the dragon god. This meant that he did have the thought of betraying the divine kingdom in his heart. Sigh. Dragon god, don't blame yourself. After all, it's Qin Feiyang. We have already experienced this kid's ability. It's not that easy to deal with him. Moreover, he has the owner of the evil eye and the eye of despair helping him now. The monarch sighed. This was considered a kind comfort. But the dragon god didn't show any mercy and said in a deep voice, "Isn't it all your fault? If you didn't let them find the opportunity to kidnap Ji Shaoi and Jiang Yunshuang and take away their strongest battle souls, would they be so difficult to deal with now? What do you mean by this? Do you think we want to do this? Jiang Yunshuang, Jiang Xing, and Jiang Zishan are all the overlords of the divine kingdom. I'm more saddened by their deaths than you are." The divine king was instantly enraged. Don't blame your own incompetence on us. We've already given you enough face by coming to help besiege Qin Feiyang. The monarch's face was also gloomy. Everyone's status in the divine kingdom was the same. It could even be said that as the monarch, his status was even higher than the dragon gods. What right did he have to put on a high and mighty attitude and reprimand him? Chapter 41-25. You, the dragon god glared at the king. He had brought so many people to encircle and suppress them, but the other party had escaped so easily. Now, he was saying that he was useless. Although Ji Yunwang was the king of the divine kingdom, the dragon god didn't take him seriously at all. Because the beast race was the one that the sovereign truly trusted. Now, in his hands, he held the power to kill the monarch and the others. In other words, as long as the king, the divine king, and the sovereign of the human race had something on him, he could kill them first and report later. Of course. Without something on him, he didn't dare to kill indiscriminately. After all, the king and the other two ruled a race. Without a proper reason, it was difficult to convince the public. Swish! At this moment, Heavenly Lord Ji and the others returned. How was it? The dragon god asked. I didn't stop them. Heavenly Lord Ji shook his head. Trash, all trash. The dragon god immediately cursed. What did you say? Heavenly Lord Ji raised his eyebrows. I said you are all trash. So many people, but you can't stop one Qin Feiyang. This was the dragon god's character. Selfish, violent, condescending, and arrogant. You're courting death. Heavenly Lord Ji was now the patriarch of the purple gold divine dragon race and was considered a big shot in the divine kingdom. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Heavenly Lord. The king stopped Heavenly Lord Ji and said indifferently, don't bother with some shameless people. It's beneath your dignity. Hearing this, the dragon god's anger became more and more uncontrollable. It's too much to say. If you have any problems in the future, deal with it yourself. Don't ask us for help. Heavenly Lord, take your people and go home. The king was too lazy to talk nonsense with such people. He opened a space-time tunnel and left without looking back. Clown. Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the dragon god with undisguised ridicule in his eyes. Then, he took his people and left. Seeing Heavenly Lord Ji's attitude, the dragon god clenched his fists and turned to the divine king and the human race, ready to speak. Sorry. I have nothing to say to you. The divine king and the supreme being of the human race snorted and immediately left with their clansmen. Very soon. Only the dragon god and the 20 beast gods remained. The dragon god's face sank. He clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. When the sky rock saw this, he added fuel to the fire. My lord, these people are too arrogant. We have to let them know who the true master of the divine kingdom is. Don't worry. Sooner or later, I will make them all kneel before me and beg for mercy. The dragon god smiled sinisterly before standing up and looking at the 20 beast gods. He ordered, Qin Feiyang definitely won't let this go. Continue to search for his whereabouts. I'm going to visit the sea race and have a chat with Neptune. Yes. The group of beast sovereigns responded respectfully. Late at night. West Continent's human race. A remote mountain stood towering under the night sky, appearing especially quiet. On the mountain peak. At this moment, 5 people were gathered. These 5 people were none other than Qin Feiyang, Long Qin, the monarch, the divine king, and the supreme being of the human race. The divine king looked at Qin Feiyang and the sky rock and smiled. Today's commotion not only angered the dragon god, but also alarmed Neptune. So what if we alarm Neptune? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. The strength of Neptune and the dragon god cannot be underestimated. The monarch shook his head. Then how strong are they? Long Qin was curious. I don't know. What we know is that they have grasped more ultimate mysteries than we do. As for other methods, I'm afraid you'll have to ask the sovereign and themselves. The monarch shook his head. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, it is said that the dragon god has the means to restrain the 3,000 incarnations. Is this true? There is indeed such a rumor in the beast race, but whether it is true or not, I'm not sure. The monarch shook his head again. Then it seems that this dragon god really cannot be underestimated. Qin Feiyang whispered. Definitely. After all, he can easily erase the seal you set up. Long Qin nodded. What seal? The monarch looked at the two suspiciously. It's a seal set up with the law of life and death. Qin Feiyang gave a simple explanation of how he sealed the heavenly rock. I see. The monarch nodded in realization and frowned. Wait a minute, with such a good opportunity, why don't you eliminate the root of the problem and directly kill Tianpeng? Tianpeng is such a small character, can't you kill it at any time? Long Qin said proudly. Ah. The monarch and the other two were stunned. This tone of his was really not an ordinary level of arrogance. Besides, Tianpeng was also one of the beast gods of the beast race. It was holding the will of the heavenly Tao. But in the eyes of these people, it was so disdainful. If Tian Peng himself heard it, he would probably be so angry that he would jump. Let's get down to business. Why did the three of you call us here in the middle of the night? Qin Feiyang looked at them suspiciously. Originally, he planned to start hunting the various beast venerables and beast gods of the beast race. Because every beast venerable and beast god had mastered many ultimate profound meanings. Hunting beast venerables and beast gods could not only weaken the strength of the beast race, but also increase the strength of their team at the same time. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, with Long Chen's soul control technique, it was easy to obtain these ultimate profound meanings. However, not long ago, Dong Zhenyang sent him a message, saying that these three giants wanted to see him, so he brought Long Qin here. As soon as the monarch heard the word business, his face couldn't help but become serious, and asked, during the day, you asked Li Feng to tell the old man about the situation, are you sure it's true? Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Qin Feiyang nodded. How do you know? This kind of thing, the dragon god can't say it in front of you. The human clan's supreme master was puzzled. Of course he can't say it in front of me. But I can assure you that his plan to let us kill each other and weaken the strength of your three races is all true. Qin Feiyang said. But where's the evidence? I need to see the evidence. The human clan's supreme master said. When he and Tian Peng said these words, they were communicating secretly. How can we get the evidence? Long Qin frowned. Wasn't this forcing him? Yes. Just as you said, they are communicating in secret. Since they were communicating secretly, how did you know? The human clan's supreme master couldn't figure it out. Long Qin frowned. Why did this person have so many questions? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, the reason why we know is because we have the ability to do so. Ability? The human clan's supreme master was stunned. Qin Feiyang didn't answer. He turned to look at Long Qin. It's okay, tell him. Long Qin waved his hands. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the three of them with a smile. Actually, all of this is because of Xiao Qin's fighting soul. One of the abilities of her fighting soul is to spy on other people's voice transmissions. What? Spy on other people's voice transmissions? The three of them were shocked. Was this for real? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, if you don't believe me, you can communicate secretly now and let her verify it. Sure. The three of them nodded. This was the first time they heard of such an ability. They couldn't help but feel curious. Hence, the three of them chatted in secret. After a while, the three of them looked at Long Qin and smiled expectantly. Tell me, what are we talking about secretly? Long Qin's eyes flashed with a strange light. He smiled and said, you are discussing what tea you drank yesterday. Ah. The three of them were stunned. They could really hear it. Why don't we try again? The king looked at the divine king and the human clan's supreme master. Okay. The divine king and the human clan's supreme master were also very surprised. After a while, Long Qin had a teasing smile on his face. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, this time they are talking bad about you secretly. Cough, cough. The three of them heard this and their expressions immediately became awkward. They could actually hear it. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, what bad things about me? The king said that you are a little bastard. The divine king said that you are a bandit. The human clan's supreme master said that you are an unscrupulous young man. What he said is the truth. Long Qin covered his mouth and laughed. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He looked at the three of them with grievance and asked, am I as bad as you say? Ha, isn't this to verify? The three of them laughed dryly. Then now, do you believe it? Qin Feiyang was speechless. I believe it, I believe it. The human clan's supreme master nodded and smiled bitterly. I used to be quite puzzled. Why are you so clear about our actions and situation? It turns out that you have such an ability. The king and the divine king looked at each other with bitter expressions. If they didn't know in advance, it would be impossible to guard against Longqin's ability. The king looked at the human clan supreme master and asked, "Old man, what do you think now?" The human clan supreme master pondered for a while, sighed, and shook his head. As the divine king said, "We didn't want to rebel. It was the sovereign who forced us to rebel." Hearing this, the king and the divine king immediately beamed. They finally convinced this guy. Qin Feiyang and Longqin were also overjoyed. The human clan, the god clan, and the purple gold divine dragon clan were half of the divine kingdom's foundation. Now that these three clans had finally abandoned the darkness and joined the light, it was undoubtedly great news for them. Now, they could deal with the Beast clan, the Oceanic clan, and the Central Dynasty without worry. Although the Beast clan, the Oceanic clan, and the Central Dynasty cannot be underestimated, as long as the sovereign is not in the Divine Kingdom, we still have a chance. The human clan Supreme Master said. Yes. As long as we destroy these three forces, the sovereign will be a general without an army. The Divine King nodded. We can't be careless. Even if the sovereign is the only one left in the Divine Kingdom, he still has the ability to wipe us out. The king waved his hand. Yes. The origin energy of the Divine Kingdom is very strong. Although my Black Tortoise world also has origin energy, the origin energy of the Black Tortoise world is not on the same level as the Divine Nation's origin energy. Qin Feiyang paused, then looked at the human clan Supreme Master and said, "So now, we can only rely on you." Me? The human clan Supreme Master was stunned. Yes. Your power of faith can't even compete with my law of life and death. It is clear how terrifying it is. But your power of faith has not yet reached its strongest level. In other words, your power of faith still needs to be improved. Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 41-26. How do we improve the power of faith? The human race's supremacy was doubtful. That depends on the god race and the purple gold divine dragon clan. Qin Feiyang smiled and glanced at the monarch and the divine king. Look at us. The two were stunned. That's right. The faith of the human race can make the supremacy's power of faith so strong. If the god race and the purple gold divine dragon clan are added, how strong would his power of faith be? Qin Feiyang smiled. You mean to ask the god race and the purple gold divine dragon clan to change their faith? The divine king asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The monarch and the divine king looked at each other and shook their heads. I'm afraid that's very difficult. Faith requires one to trust and respect the other party from the bottom of their hearts. It's useless to just talk about it. Yes. Very difficult. And now, we can't do it openly. After all, the sovereign beast, the oceanic race, and the central dynasty are all eyeing us covetously. Qin Feiyang nodded. The gap between the races was the biggest problem. The human race's supremacy was the human race's supremacy, not the supremacy of the god race and the purple gold divine dragon clan. Making the god race and the purple gold divine dragon clan believe in the human race's supremacy from the bottom of their hearts was definitely not something that could be changed overnight. It was a very long process. This matter is not urgent. Perhaps one day, we can defeat the supremacy without the power of faith. The human race's supremacy smiled. The more people praised him, the more pressure he felt. I hope so. But we can take our time to plan first. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yes. The human race's supremacy nodded. Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something. He looked at the human race's supremacy and smiled. There's one more thing that I couldn't bring up before, but now I want to ask for your opinion. You want to talk about Lu Zhongtian's Eye of Destruction and Zhuang Mingyue's Eye of Oblivion? The human race's supremacy asked. Senior is indeed a senior. Nothing can escape your eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled sheepishly. Stop flattering me. The human clan's supreme master stared at him and pondered for a while before he said, I heard from the monarch that the owners of the strongest fighting souls are with you. Who are the owners of the eyes of destruction and the eyes of oblivion? The eye of oblivion is my sister. The eye of destruction is my ancestor. Qin Feiyang said. Ancestor? The autarch of the human clan was taken aback. Yes. Lu Xingyang. My mother is from the Lu clan. My cousin, the owner of the Eye of Nothingness, is also from the Lu family. Lu Xingyang is the ancestor of the Lu family, so naturally, he is also this junior's ancestor. Qin Feiyang explained. I see. The human Jizun was enlightened. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Your family must have been blessed by the heavens to have given birth to so many war souls. Maybe. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. The human race's supremacy smiled helplessly and asked, then where are they now? My sister is in the sky cloud realm. As for my ancestor, I guess he is also in the sky cloud realm. Qin Feiyang said with uncertainty. Guess? As soon as these words came out, not only the human race's supremacy, but even the divine king and the monarch couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't even know where their ancestor was. Mu Qing used the all-seeing eye to check the ancestor's location, but we don't have any impression of this place, so we can't be sure now. Qin Feiyang explained. Actually, we can also use a fair test to determine the fate of the strongest fighting souls like Dong Zhenyang and Ji Shaoyi. The divine king suggested. Now. Of course, he was leaning towards Qin Feiyang's side. Because as long as they reconciled, Qin Feiyang would be a member of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Lin Yi was Qin Feiyang's sister, and Lu Zhenyang was Qin Feiyang's ancestor. This was also equivalent to being part of the family. As for Lu Zhongtian and Zhuang Mingyue, although they were the prodigies of the human race, they were still outsiders after all. They might even become a strong enemy in the future. So, if Lin Yi and Lu Zhenyang could get Lu Zhongtian and Zhuang Mingyue's fighting souls, that would be the best outcome for him. The human race's supremacy looked at the monarch and said with dissatisfaction, don't make me despise you. After knowing each other for so many years, how could he not guess the monarch's thoughts? I'm telling the truth, only the capable can get it. If Lu Zhongtian and Zhuang Mingyue can withstand the test, I will never object. The monarch said with a strong sense of righteousness. Come on. The human race's supremacy glared at him and pondered for a moment. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, since Lu Zhenyang and the others are not in the divine kingdom now, let's talk about this later. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Respecting the decisions of others can also make others respect you. The human race's supremacy looked at Qin Feiyang, the monarch, and the divine king, and said solemnly, in addition, in order to trust each other better in the future, the four of us have to make a blood oath here. Our four forces will be united in the future and never betray each other. This is good. With the blood oath, we can rest assured. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hey, are you stupid? Have you forgotten how the monarch violated the blood oath back then? Long Qin whispered. Although her voice was not loud, the monarch still heard it. He looked quite embarrassed and said, I didn't expect you to hold a grudge. You almost lost your life, how can you not remember? Long Qin pursed her lips. The monarch smiled bitterly and comforted her, don't worry, it's not that easy to break the blood oath. The last time we were able to break the blood oath, it was the sovereign who helped us. Then who knows if there will be a next time. This was what it meant to be once bitten, twice shy. Am I so unworthy of your trust? The monarch was helpless. Of course. Long Qin snorted coldly. Okay. Now that everyone's position is the same, the blood oath is just a matter of formality, so that we can rest assured. Qin Feiyang comforted her and looked at the three giants. Then let's begin. Okay. The three giants nodded. Immediately. The four of them spoke in unison and made the blood oath. With the descent of the oath seal, the alliance of the four forces could be considered complete. The happiest one was, of course, Qin Feiyang. The monarch and the divine king's consent was already beyond his expectations. Because in the past, whether it was Qin Feiyang or Long Chen, they all felt that the monarch and the divine king were the most difficult to persuade than the human race's supreme being. But who would have thought that they would meet Boss Ji and this group of old people? Who would have thought that this group of old people would be so simple and kind? After getting along, they directly made a decision and expressed their position. Then it was the divine king. Facing these pills that opened the door of potential, the divine king was already hesitating. When she was sure that the purple gold divine dragon clan had indeed expressed their position, coupled with the help of the beast clan, he decisively chose to abandon the dark and join the light. Even now, he was helping to persuade the human race's supreme being. As for the human race's supreme being. In fact, in the past, Qin Feiyang also thought that the human race's supreme being would only be completely determined when the sovereign made a move on him. But he never thought that the beast clan would make such a fuss and let the human race's supreme being make a decision in advance. The credit for persuading the monarch was Boss Ji and this group of old people. But the one who convinced the divine king and the human race's supreme being was the beast clan. Therefore, he should be thanking the beast clan. Since we're already in an alliance, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. The divine king glanced at Qin Feiyang and said. Huh? Qin Feiyang looked at the divine king in confusion. Where did this come from? The divine king glanced at the monarch and said sourly, someone personally said that you gave him 100 pills to open the door of potential. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The monarch smiled bitterly and looked at Qin Feiyang. I'm sorry, I was too proud at that time and accidentally let it slip. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Didn't they agree to keep it a secret? How could a monarch lose his composure so easily? This, as a human, you should take care of our human race's elites. The human race's supreme being looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Okay, everyone has a share. But let's make it clear first, this matter must be kept a secret. The person who opens the door of potential must also be someone trustworthy. Because if this matter was leaked out, the Beast Clan, the Sea Clan, and the Central Dynasty would definitely come to find out. When the time came. What would they say? They encountered it by chance? Was it possible? As the confidant of the Divine Kingdom's Supreme Being, how could Neptune, the Dragon God, and the Central Dynasty not know if the Divine Kingdom had these pills? So at that time, the Sea Clan, the Dragon God, and the Central Dynasty would definitely be suspicious. Don't worry. We won't be as big-mouthed as some people. The Divine King looked at the monarch with a teasing smile. The monarch's face darkened. Didn't I just tell the two of you? I didn't publicize it, so how am I a big-mouthed person? A while later. Qin Feiyang took out 2 Qiankuan bags and handed them to the Divine King and the Supreme Being of the human race. There were 100 sets of pills in each of the 2 Qiankuan bags. Looking at the medicinal pills inside, the 2 magnates immediately beamed with joy. Because these 100 sets of pills could create 100 peerless geniuses. For the God Clan and the human race, this was a great fortune and luck. The Supreme Being of the human race carefully put away the Qiankuan bags and looked at Qin Feiyang and Long Qin. So now, are you sure that there are spies of the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan around us? Yes. This is a very important question. We must investigate thoroughly. Don't let us open the door of potential for these spies. The monarch nodded. Not yet. At that time, the Dragon God and Sky Peng didn't discuss this problem. Long Qin shook his head. Then this is difficult. The 3 frowned. If there really were spies lurking around them, it would be impossible to guard against them. This matter, leave it to us. If there really are spies, I think the beast gods will definitely know. At that time, I will read their memories. If there really are spies, then we will find a chance to get rid of them all. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Okay. I'll leave it to you. As for the door of potential, help the supremacies open it first. The three nodded. Although Qin Feiyang was a junior in their eyes, in terms of doing things, he felt that he was better than them. They were relieved to leave it to him. That won't do. The supremacies can't be ruled out as suspects. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You're even suspecting the supremacies? The three were shocked. The supremacies were all respected old men. How could they side with the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan? Often, the most unlikely person is the most likely one. So, don't be anxious. Qin Feiyang reminded. They couldn't be careless about this matter. Otherwise, if they were not careful, everyone would be consigned to eternal damnation. Chapter 41-27. All right. The three of them nodded. As the three rulers of the Divine Kingdom, they naturally understood the pros and cons. Then, do you have anything else? If not, I have something that I would like to ask for your help with. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them embarrassedly and said. What is it? The three of them were suspicious. I need a large number of spirit veins and crystal veins, so I would like to ask if you can give me some. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Last time, you looted 51 cities in the West Continent and took away a lot of spirit veins and crystal veins on the island. In total, there might be 20 to 30 million spirit veins. Isn't that enough? The human race supremes looked at him in astonishment. This was what made Qin Feiyang embarrassed. He had taken so much last time, and now he was asking for more. It was really embarrassing. Doesn't my black tortoise realm have a time array? It's growing rapidly every day. So now, I need a lot of spirit veins and crystal veins. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. So that's how it is. The three of them suddenly understood. The king asked, in other words, with a large number of spirit veins and crystal veins, it can accelerate the growth of your black tortoise realm? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, how big is your black tortoise realm now? The king was curious. In terms of size, it's probably about the same as the eastern continent of the Sky Cloud realm. But now, it can already create low-level sovereign divine weapons. Qin Feiyang said. That's far from enough. The king shook his head and said in a deep voice, according to the sovereign, the origin power of the divine kingdom now has the ability to create peak-level sovereign divine weapons. It can't be. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Wasn't this gap a little too big? It's probably true. All right. As long as it's beneficial to our future development, I'll support you. I'll go back and prepare. When the time comes, I'll give you 50 million spirit veins and crystal veins. The king smiled, 50 million spirit veins. Qin Feiyang's breathing became rapid. It was hard to imagine. Even if all the soul veins and crystal veins in the black tortoise world were added together, there wouldn't be that many. So generous. The divine king glanced at the monarch, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, all right, the divine race will also give you another 50 million. Thank you. Qin Feiyang shed tears of gratitude. The divine king and the monarch looked at the sovereign of the human race at the same time, as if asking, why don't you do something? The corner of the human race's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, then I'll give you another 20 million. Is that all? The divine king was stunned. That's not enough. In addition to the 51 cities he looted in the West Continent, there should be about 50 million. The human autarch snorted coldly. No less, no less. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. This was much faster than looting. In an instant, he had obtained 120 million crystal veins and soul veins. The human race's sovereign pointed at Qin Feiyang and stared at the monarch and the divine king, saying, see, he's sensible. Ha! The two laughed dryly. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them carefully and asked, then when will they be in my hands? Kid, you really can't stand the compliment. I just said you're sensible, and now you're so ignorant. To collect so many soul veins and crystal veins without attracting the attention of others, it will definitely take time to prepare. The human race's sovereign was helpless. Aren't you too excited? Okay, you guys take your time to prepare. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll come and get it myself. Qin Feiyang chuckled and took out the divine voice stone. The three of them shook their heads and laughed. They also took out the divine voice stone and established a contract bridge to facilitate communication in the future. By the way, aren't you going to the East Continent to hunt the beast god? The number of soul veins and crystal veins in the East Continent far surpasses ours. The divine king laughed. What he meant was self-evident. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the divine king and said, understood. Okay, then I wish you good luck. The divine king smiled faintly and put away the divine voice stone. Without further delay, he opened a space-time passage and turned around to leave. Be careful. The monarch also reminded and left with the human race's sovereign. Why don't we celebrate? After watching the three of them leave, Long Qin turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked. Celebrate? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It wasn't easy to persuade the human race's sovereign. Isn't it worth celebrating? Long Qin laughed. It's not the time yet. Let's wait until the Divine Kingdom's sovereign is eliminated before we celebrate. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took Long Qin to the Devil's Land. Qin Dage, Li Feng immediately greeted him. How many ultimate mysteries have you obtained? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Before the Dragon God Mountain exploded, all the 14 sovereign beasts had their ultimate mysteries stripped away by Long Chen's soul-controlling technique. In other words, now they had at least dozens of ultimate mysteries of supreme laws in their hands. Hee hee. Li Feng grinned and said excitedly, there are a total of 40 ultimate mysteries of supreme laws and 46 ultimate mysteries of ordinary laws. Then he took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the interspatial ring and found that there were a total of 86 iron boxes in it. 14 sovereign beasts, 6 for each. That's a total of 84 ultimate mysteries. Why are there 86 now? Long Qin was puzzled. There are 2 sovereign beasts in there who have mastered 7 ultimate mysteries. Li Feng laughed. I see. 40 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws can almost create 6 powerhouses with the will of the heavenly way. What a great fortune. Long Qin was speechless and shocked. Can ultimate mysteries be described as wealth? Qin Feiyang was speechless. That's about it. Long Qin waved his hand. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at Li Feng and said, then you, senior brother Feng Zi, and the demon ancestor can integrate these ultimate mysteries first. As for the 12 sealed inheritances in your hands, you can give them to others later. No. That's what we agreed on in advance. Long Qin immediately objected. Isn't it the same? Look, these inheritances are all sealed by your father. If we don't unlock the seals, we won't be able to get the inheritances inside. So when the time comes, we still have to hunt the prodigies of the beast race and the sea race. Qin Feiyang smiled and explained. Why was this woman so stubborn? Long Qin heard this and looked a little hesitant. Can't you make an exception? Rules are dead, people are alive. You can't let everyone think that you're a rigid woman. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Okay. Anyway, you guys have never thought of following the rules. Long Qin was helpless. This was a group of people who didn't follow the rules. Talking to them about the rules was like playing the lute to a cow. Thank you, big sister. Li Feng was overjoyed. Who's your big sister? Don't call me that. Long Qin's face was cold. How is this calling me that? I'm serious. You'll be my sister from now on. Li Feng chuckled. Long Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was really good at flattering people. Then hurry up and find the demon ancestor and senior brother. As for the remaining inheritances, I'll give them to your 3 sisters-in-law and Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng and smiled. He threw the interspatial ring to Li Feng. Li Feng caught the interspatial ring and asked, "What about these dozens of ordinary ultimate mysteries?" This, Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "Give them to Fire Lotus for safekeeping first. We'll decide after we see the situation." Okay. Li Feng nodded, turned around and ran toward the castle excitedly. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped Li Feng again. After a moment of silence, he said, "Why don't you give me one of the ultimate mysteries of the spacetime laws?" Li Feng was stunned for a moment. He understood what Qin Feiyang meant and immediately lowered his head to look for it. Soon, he took out an iron box and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Then, he ran away without looking back. Long Qin looked at Li Feng's back and said to Qin Feiyang, "Don't tell me you're really planning to let the people around you master the will of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, why would he give those dozens of ordinary ultimate mysteries to Fire Lotus for safekeeping?" "I do have such a plan. Almost every sovereign beast of the Orc clan has 3 to 4 ultimate ultimacies of the ultimate law. At the very least, they have 1 or 2 ultimate ultimacies. It's not impossible to capture all of these sovereign beasts. But the premise is that your big brother helps me," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "You only know how to take advantage of others. If my big brother helps you, what will we get?" Long Qin was displeased. "We're family. How can you say that? Isn't what's mine yours?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "That's nice to say. But my big brother may not agree to this matter. After all, you and our father still have a grudge that hasn't been resolved," Long Qin said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but fall silent. Yes. He still had a grudge with Ice Dragon. Now that Long Qin helped him, it was tantamount to dealing with his father in disguise. Although Long Qin was a very loyal person, if Long Qin had to choose between him and Ice Dragon, he would definitely choose Ice Dragon. It seemed that he had been too optimistic about the problem. Forget it. Let's talk about it after I integrate this ultimate mystery of the space-time law. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and strode away. In fact, he had also thought about the grudge with Ice Dragon and Small Beast. Thinking back, the grudges with the demon ancestor, Dong Zhenyang, Mu Qing, Long Chen, and Long Qin were actually quite deep. But he could let go of the grudges with these people. And there was no pressure. But he couldn't let go of the grudge between Ice Dragon and Small Beast. Even if he tried to persuade himself, it was useless. He couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. In short, if he didn't find Ice Dragon and Small Beast and get justice, he would never be able to calm his heart. At the same time, looking at Qin Feiyang's back as he left, Long Qin's expression was extremely complicated. According to her previous thoughts, in the future, she would definitely fight to the death with Qin Feiyang and the others. But who would have thought that it would develop to this point? Fighting side by side, living and dying together. Close like a family. Therefore, this also made her feel conflicted and tangled. How should she deal with the grudge between Qin Feiyang and her father in the future? If Qin Feiyang and her father really fought to the death in the end, what should she do? Chapter 41-28. Outside. The news of Qin Feiyang and the others breaking into the East Continent, killing the Beast Lord, severely injuring the Heavenly Peng, and destroying the Dragon God Mountain spread like wildfire in the West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent. These people are truly audacious. First, they looted 51 cities in the West Continent, then went to the God race to cause trouble, and now they're going to the East Continent to fight with the Beast race. Why do I feel like there's nothing they don't dare to do? There's nothing they can do. They have the ability. It's said that the beast gods of the beast race, the human race, the god race, and the purple gold divine dragon race all gathered at the Dragon God Mountain, but they couldn't stop them. How terrifying do you think these people are? We can only look up to them. Everyone was discussing. Was there really no one who could subdue these people? When were they going to stop? The beast race of the East Continent. Day after day, the beast gods almost turned the East Continent upside down, but they couldn't find Qin Feiyang and the others. This made them very angry. At the same time, the god race, the human race, and the purple gold divine dragon race also pretended to hunt down Qin Feiyang and the others. But secretly, the three giants were collecting the spirit veins and crystal veins. This matter, even the supremacies didn't know. Using the divine kingdom's spirit veins and crystal veins to nurture the black tortoise realm was equivalent to using the enemy's resources to strengthen oneself. Why not? In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. The black tortoise realm. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the devil's land. The will of the heavens descended from the sky. The white-eyed wolf ran out of the castle, his face full of excitement. That's right. The owner of this aura was the white-eyed wolf. After 2 years of seclusion, he finally grasped the 6 ultimate laws and welcomed the arrival of the will of the heavens. Long Qin, you stinky woman, come out and die. After merging with the will of the heavens, he immediately began to clamor. Whoosh! Long Qin descended and said angrily, do you want to die? TCH. Come, let's see who's courting death. White-eyed wolf's face was full of disdain. Really? Long Qin pursed his lips playfully. The mid-level sovereign divine weapon, the heavenly god's sword, appeared. Fuck. Are you going back on your word? Who said anything about using a sovereign weapon? White-eyed wolf said angrily. You didn't say that I can't use a sovereign weapon, did you? Long Qin laughed mockingly as he gripped his angelic sword and charged towards the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf turned around and ran. Although he also had a sovereign weapon, the Ghost Divine King's throne and the Crimson Dragon shield were both low-level sovereign weapons. They were worlds apart from the angel sword. As for his own strength, Long Qin also controlled the will of the heavenly path, so they were almost evenly matched. Therefore, if he didn't run, he could only wait to be beaten up. But in the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of being beaten up. The angel sword was nothing in front of Qin Feiyang because he had 3,000 incarnations. But for people like the white-eyed wolf, the angel sword was an invincible existence. Another year passed. Boom! The ancient castle once again erupted with an aura. This aura was even stronger than when the white-eyed wolf came out of seclusion. It was Qin Feiyang. After 3 years, he finally comprehended the law of space and time and successfully integrated the ultimate profound. Immediately, he walked out of the ancient castle and looked at the sky. His eyes were filled with anticipation. At the same time, hearing the commotion, Long Qin and the white-eyed wolf also appeared. Looking at the clear sky, they were also a little nervous. Would the second will of the heavenly path be ushered in? Time passed breath by breath. In the sky, there was still no movement. It seems that we are thinking too much. The white-eyed wolf smiled bitterly. No. Long Qin was about to speak, but his pupils suddenly constricted as he stared at the sky. He saw pieces of golden clouds slowly appearing from the horizon, and then like a tide, rolling towards the sky above the devil's land. The white-eyed wolf's spirit was suddenly shaken. Qin Feiyang was also excited. This seemed to be the precursor of the will of the heavenly path. However, in the next moment, the eyes of the three were full of surprise. This was because there were countless golden lightning bolts roaring within the golden clouds. What was going on? How could there be lightning? Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura, like a volcanic eruption, rolled out in the sky. The heavenly might was terrifying, shaking the entire black tortoise realm. This is not the will of the heavenly path, this is the heavenly tribulation, it is even more terrifying than the sovereign divine weapon's heavenly tribulation. Hurry up and get out. Little Brat descended from the sky, staring at Qin Feiyang and shouting, looking extremely anxious. Heavenly tribulation. Qin Feiyang's face also changed abruptly. How could this be? Why would the heavenly tribulation descend? Rumble. He didn't have time to think. Golden lightning roared in the sky, and the heavenly might was enough to destroy the world. With a thought, he immediately appeared outside. Immediately. The originally calm mountains and rivers outside were suddenly enveloped by the heavenly might. In the sky, the golden tribulation clouds surged, and in an instant, enveloped the entire sky. The terrifying aura also immediately alarmed the entire West continent. The creatures in the nearby mountains and rivers fled frantically as if they were running for their lives. What is that? Supreme Mountain. The human race supreme being and the 10 supremacies also ran out one after another, staring at the golden tribulation clouds in the sky in horror. This seems to be the heavenly tribulation. Who is transcending the tribulation? The commotion is so terrifying. The 10 supremacies looked into the distance, their eyes full of surprise. This position, the human race supreme being's eyelids twitched. The source of this aura seemed to be the place where they met Qin Feiyang. Could it be that the one transcending the tribulation was Qin Feiyang? But what kind of heavenly tribulation was this? Judging from the strength of the aura, it was many times more terrifying than an ordinary heavenly tribulation. You guys guard Supreme Mountain, I'll go take a look. The human race supreme being's eyes flashed, and he looked at the 10 supremacies and said. Then, he opened a space-time tunnel and walked in without looking back. Supreme Being, be careful. The 10 supremacies roared. Because this heavenly tribulation was simply too strange, and there might be some danger. In the blink of an eye. At this moment, the creatures in the nearby mountains and rivers had already fled without a trace. In the entire mountain, only Qin Feiyang was there. He stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the sky, his brows tightly knitted together, and he was also puzzled. Swoosh! As a space-time tunnel appeared, the human race supreme being walked out, and when he saw Qin Feiyang at the top of the mountain, a wry smile appeared on his face. It was indeed this kid. It was like this every time. It was fine if he didn't cause trouble, but once he did, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. But now, what was he trying to do? Senior. Qin Feiyang looked at the human race supreme being and smiled. You're still in the mood to smile. Tell me, what are you doing? The human race supreme being landed beside Qin Feiyang and asked angrily while scanning the surrounding mountains and rivers, his eyes full of vigilance. This was to prevent the spies of the beast race and the sea race. But now, there was not a single creature nearby, so he didn't have to worry too much. I don't know either. Previously, when I successfully grasped the ultimate meaning of the space-time laws, I thought that I would usher in the second will of the heavenly Tao, but I didn't expect to encounter this strange heavenly tribulation. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The ultimate meaning of the space-time laws? The human race supreme being was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. In that case, apart from the life and death laws, you have already grasped 6 supreme laws? The human race supreme being was surprised. Yes. Death laws, life laws, destruction laws, cause and effect laws, space-time laws, and time laws. Qin Feiyang said truthfully. How is it so fast? The human race supreme being was stunned. How long had it been, and this kid had already comprehended the ultimate meaning of the space-time laws? I didn't comprehend it, but I fused it. Qin Feiyang said. Fused? The human race supreme being was slightly taken aback. This kid actually had so many ultimate inheritances in his hands? Puzzled, he said, that's even more wrong. Why would fusing inheritances cause a heavenly tribulation, and it's so different? That's why I'm also very puzzled. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Alright. Kid, I really can't treat you with ordinary eyes. However, your heavenly tribulation is a little too big. I'm worried that it will attract the beast race and the sea race. At that time, they will interfere and I'm afraid you'll be in danger. The human race supreme being asked worriedly, why didn't you directly undergo the heavenly tribulation in the black tortoise world? Why did you have to run out? The black tortoise world is too weak to withstand such a heavenly tribulation. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then there's no other way. We can only take it one step at a time. Anyway, you have to be mentally prepared. If you alarm the sea race and the beast race, I won't help you. No. Not only will I not help you, but I will also join them to deal with you. At that time, don't blame me. The human race supreme being said in a deep voice. I know. Don't worry, if it really comes to that, I won't sit still and wait for death, and I won't implicate you. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's fine. The human race supreme being nodded, looked up at the sky, shook his head, and turned to leave. Crack. Finally. The first heavenly tribulation descended. Qin Feiyang's expression immediately became solemn. This aura was actually countless times more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation when he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the life and death laws. It could be said that, this was the most terrifying heavenly tribulation he had ever faced so far. No. I have to be prepared in advance. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. One had to know. Back then, when he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the life and death laws, he copied the ultimate meaning of the white-eyed wolf, Long Chen, Frenzy, Li Feng, Long Qin, and everyone else, but he couldn't successfully pass the heavenly tribulation in one go. If it wasn't for the help of the sky-swallowing beast, he would have to copy it a second time. And this heavenly tribulation was even more terrifying than the previous one. And it wasn't just one or two times. So it wasn't hard to imagine how many ultimate meanings he had to copy this time to successfully pass the heavenly tribulation. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, White-eyed wolf, quickly inform everyone not to rush into seclusion, come out and help me. Okay. White-eyed wolf replied. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also decisively activated the 3,000 incarnations, and the 3,000 life and death kingdoms appeared above his head. Boom! The first golden heavenly tribulation struck. Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud noise, more than a dozen life and death kingdoms shattered on the spot. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The first heavenly tribulation could shatter more than a dozen life and death kingdoms? What a joke. One had to know. The ultimate meaning of the life and death laws was 6 times stronger than the ultimate meaning of the strongest laws. If it were the ultimate meaning of the strongest laws, wouldn't it take 60 or 70 life and death laws to block the first heavenly tribulation? Chapter 41-29. After witnessing the power of the heavenly tribulation, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but worry. If the beast race and sea race really received the news and came to encircle him, he would have to face such a terrifying heavenly tribulation while facing the experts of the divine kingdom. There was no way for him to survive. Because last time, when facing the ultimate heavenly tribulation of the law of life and death, just the king, the sovereign of the human race, and the divine king, almost took his life. Not to mention. Now he had to face the experts of the entire divine kingdom. Brat. Can you make an exception and let me undergo the tribulation in the black tortoise world? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Black tortoise world. Brat stood in the sky, and there was a scene in the void in front of him. It was the scene of Qin Feiyang undergoing the tribulation. Actually, he was also hesitating. This heavenly tribulation was already beyond imagination. If he continued to undergo the tribulation outside, it would attract the sea race and beast race sooner or later. Because the commotion was too big, it was hard not to know. But with the current black tortoise world, if Qin Feiyang were to undergo the tribulation here, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Swish! At this time, White-eyed wolf, Long Qin, Li Feng, Long Chen, Madman, Mu Tianyang, and the others all rushed over. Even Fire Lotus, Mermaid Princess, and the others were awakened. When they saw the heavenly tribulation outside, the group of people's expressions changed. No. We definitely can't let him undergo the tribulation outside. Long Chin immediately looked at Brat and said. He was also clear about the current situation of the Divine Kingdom. Unless the Divine King, the King, and the Sovereign of the human race helped, Qin Feiyang would definitely die when the Sea race and Beast race arrived. But if the King and the other two helped, it would expose their betrayal in advance. Brat, think of a way. Madman also looked at Brat anxiously. Why are you rushing me? Can't you see that I'm troubled? Little Kid glared at the maniac, then stared at Qin Feiyang on the screen. He suddenly clenched his teeth and turned to Fire Lotus, saying, bring everyone to the northern, southern, and eastern regions at once. Move all the living beings and resources to the middle continent. Transfer. Fire Lotus was shocked. That's right. Move them to the central region and protect them together. All of you should prepare yourselves. I'm afraid that the Black Tortoise world will be torn apart this time. The little brat rubbed his forehead. All right. Fire Lotus nodded and shouted, Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, Big Black Wolf, and all hidden guards, come out of seclusion immediately and follow me to transfer the resources and the living beings of the three regions. Whoosh! Figures immediately rushed out from various places in the Devil's Land. The Fire Lotus had the authority to control the Black Tortoise realm, so with her leadership, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. All the divine artifacts in the land of origin, stop cultivating immediately and follow the Fire Lotus to help. Little Kid also spoke again. Clang! Whether it was the divine artifacts of the sovereigns or the divine artifacts, they all rushed out of the land of origin and headed to the three regions. Is it too late to make arrangements now? The white-eyed wolf frowned. It's too late. After all, there's a time difference between the Black Tortoise world and the outside world. Long Chin comforted him. The Black Tortoise world nervously made arrangements. Outside, Qin Feiyang was about to face the second tribulation. But at the same time, the East Continent, the Dragon God Mountain, Lord Dragon God. 3 years passed. Tianpeng had already reconstructed his body. The Dragon God Mountain had also returned to its original appearance. Tianpeng looked at the Dragon God sitting in the pavilion and said, there's news that a strange tribulation suddenly appeared in the West Continent. A strange tribulation? The Dragon God was stunned. Yes. A golden tribulation. It said that it's countless times more terrifying than the divine artifacts tribulation. It has already shocked the entire West Continent. Tianpeng nodded. Who's transcending the tribulation? The Dragon God frowned. I don't know. The aura is too terrifying. No one dares to get close. Tianpeng shook his head and said, but this subordinate guesses that it might be related to Qin Feiyang and the others. Are you sure? The Dragon God suddenly stood up. I'm not sure. But I think that other than these people, there doesn't seem to be anyone else who can cause such a big commotion. Tianpeng frowned. If that's the case, then we'll go and take a look ourselves. If it's really Qin Feiyang, then we'll take this opportunity to get rid of him. Immediately go to the Oceanids and ask Neptune to come out of seclusion. The Dragon God ordered, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Yes. Tianpeng nodded respectfully, then opened a space-time passage and left at lightning speed. Boom. The second tribulation descended. This time, dozens of life and death kingdoms were shattered on the spot. It was too terrifying. Qin Feiyang's heart was also unprecedentedly uneasy. Boom. The third tribulation began to brew. The heavenly might shook the world. A short while outside, but a long time had passed in the Black Tortoise world. Fire Lotus returned to the Devil's Land alone, looked at Little Wimp and said, they've all been transferred to Zhongzhou. The divine artifacts and Pei Tianhong are now in Zhongzhou. Calm everyone down. After all, Such a sudden transfer would definitely cause panic. Little Wimp nodded, took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang in the image, and said to Frenzied and the others without turning his head, Fire Lotus will stay, the others will go to the western region to help him transcend the tribulation. At the same time, he secretly informed Qin Feiyang. Okay. White-Eyed Wolf and the others nodded, opened a space-time passage, and descended above the western region's Blood Sea. Qin Feiyang was pleasantly surprised when he heard Little Wimp's words, and immediately appeared above the western region with his 3,000 incarnations. Although his appearance caused the tribulation to once again transfer to the Black Tortoise world, the entire western region's sky was instantly covered by golden tribulation clouds, and the terrifying aura was earth-shattering, causing huge waves to rise in the Blood Sea. Quickly activate your ultimate meaning. Qin Feiyang shouted. The 3,000 incarnations directly activated the Eye of Heaven. White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin naturally didn't need to be mentioned, they had already grasped the ultimate meaning of 6 supreme laws. Frenzied, Li Feng, and Long Chen had also grasped quite a few. Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing had also grasped 1 or 2 ultimate meanings after these years of seclusion. The Demon Ancestor, Mermaid Princess, Fire Lotus, Zhuo Xiaoxian, and Fire Dance had also fused with 1 ultimate meaning in these 3 years of seclusion. If all of them were to be replicated, there would be quite a number. At the same time. The Devil's Land. Little Wimp looked at the destroyed mountains and rivers outside and ordered, Fire Lotus, immediately control the Black Tortoise world and leave this place. I will personally protect the Devil's Land and Middle Ground. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. She understood what Little Wimp meant. If the Black Tortoise world continued to stay in the mountains and rivers, when the Sea Race and the Beast Race descended, they would be able to find the Black Tortoise world immediately. Therefore, they had to immediately control the Black Tortoise world and leave this place. Little Wimp soared into the sky. As he waved his small hand, endless origin energy descended from the sky and landed on Middle Ground and the Devil's Land, forming 2 huge barriers to protect Middle Ground and the Devil's Land. With such concentrated protection, the pressure on him would be much less. And if he didn't transfer the living beings and resources of the 3 major regions, then he would still have to protect the eastern, northern, and southern regions. If he did this, the origin energy would be too scattered. At that time, he might not be able to protect all the places. He was staking everything on this one throw. Outside. With Qin Feiyang's departure, the tribulation clouds also disappeared. The human race supremacy, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Why did the tribulation disappear? However, thinking carefully, Qin Feiyang should have seen the power of the tribulation and realized the danger, so he went to the Black Tortoise world to transcend the tribulation. But could the Black Tortoise world withstand such a tribulation? Swish! Suddenly, powerful auras descended one after another. A hint of a smile flashed in the human race supremacy's eyes. He no longer hid it and stepped into the air. Soon, he saw 2 figures standing in the sky above Qin Feiyang's tribulation. It was the Divine King and the Monarch. Supremacy, what's going on? There seems to be Qin Feiyang's aura remaining. Could it be that he is transcending the tribulation? The 2 of them saw the human race supremacy flying over and immediately asked in surprise. That's right. He is transcending the tribulation. The human race supremacy nodded. Where is he? The Divine King asked. He should have gone to the Black Tortoise world to transcend the tribulation. The human race supremacy released his divine will and scanned the surroundings, but he didn't find the Black Tortoise world. He shook his head and smiled. These little guys are really vigilant. They left with the Black Tortoise world so quickly. What kind of tribulation is this? Even the North Continent and the South Continent can faintly feel the aura of the tribulation. The Divine King's face was filled with disbelief. I only know a rough idea. Let's talk to him in detail after he successfully transcends the tribulation. By the way, are your crystal veins and spirit veins ready? The human race supremacy asked secretly. Ready. The 2 of them nodded. Swish! At this moment, more and more terrifying auras descended. The three of them were shocked. They looked up and saw the dragon god and 19 divine beasts descending in the sky. They came so quickly. Looks like there are indeed many spies of the beast race in the 3 continents. The divine king muttered secretly. As soon as the dragon god and the 19 divine beasts descended, they immediately released their divine will and spread it in all directions. My lord, there is indeed Qin Feiyang's aura here. Looks like he is the one transcending the tribulation. The golden tiger said. Where is Qin Feiyang? The dragon god's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he stared at the 3 divine beasts. I don't know. When we first arrived here, he had already disappeared without a trace. The 3 of them shook their heads. Disappeared? The dragon god raised his eyebrows and glared at the human race supremacy. This is your territory. As the ruler of the West Continent, how could you let him escape from under your nose? What do you mean by that? It's not like you haven't seen the methods of Qin Feiyang and his group. 3 years ago in the East Continent, he could easily escape when surrounded by the beast race. Let alone now in the West Continent. The West Continent is not as strong as the East Continent. The human race supremacy said angrily. The dragon god was enraged. Swish! At this moment, Tianpeng also descended with a group of people. The leader was a middle-aged man in a golden robe. He was about 1.9 meters tall and was quite burly. He exuded the aura of a superior. On his back, there were pairs of golden wings, like a golden-winged angel. This was the ruler of the sea race, Neptune. The other sea race members behind Neptune also had wings of various colors. Each of them exuded an unfathomable aura. Chapter 41:30. It's Qin Feiyang's aura, but, when Skypeng sensed Qin Feiyang's remaining aura, his spirit was suddenly lifted, but when he scanned the void, his expression was a little dazed. He couldn't help but ask the dragon god and the others, where is he? He has already slipped away. Golden Tiger said in a deep voice. What? We let him slip away again. Sky Peng's expression froze. The group of sea folk also had a look of astonishment. The dragon god said coldly, I now have reason to suspect that Qin Feiyang was deliberately let go by the king and the others. When Neptune heard this, he immediately looked at the king and the others. Idiot! The king and the others were very calm as they looked at the dragon god sarcastically. He had to be calm. Otherwise, he would be exposed. What did you say? The dragon god clenched his fists. The hatred between Qin Feiyang and our 3 races is irreconcilable. Would we deliberately let him go? A slightly smarter person wouldn't say such a stupid thing. The king smiled contemptuously. The dragon god was burning with anger, and his entire body was filled with a shocking murderous aura. Everyone stop. Now is not the time to cause internal strife. Since Qin Feiyang did indeed undergo tribulation here, even if he escaped, he can't have gone too far. Let's split up and look for him. The Sea King spoke. His voice was full of energy and carried with it a formless pressure. That's right. It's impossible to undergo tribulation so quickly. He must have escaped to another place to undergo tribulation. As long as we find him before he succeeds, our 5 races will join forces and easily eliminate him. Another member of the sea race said. All right. Then let's split up and look for him. If there's any news, immediately inform everyone. Don't alert the enemy. The king nodded. Black Tortoise Realm. West Region. Thunder rumbled. A terrifying divine aura swept out in all directions like a tide. At this time, the sea of blood had evaporated. The entire West region was shattered, dust flying everywhere. Moreover, the Eastern Domain, Southern Domain, and Northern Domain were also suffering from devastating disasters. The void collapsed and the earth caved in. It was like a scene from the end of the world. This was not only caused by the heavenly might, but also by the ultimate profound that Qin Fei Yang and the others had activated. Each of these ultimates was comparable to a sovereign weapon. Especially Qin Fei Yang, the mad scientist, and Longqin's ultimate Upanishads, which contained the will of the Great Path, were even more powerful. With so many ultimate profound meanings and the terrifying heavenly tribulation, one could imagine how terrifying the destructive power would be. Little Wimp, who was standing in the sky above the Devil's Land, observed the changes in the Black Tortoise world with a heavy heart. Furthermore, deep worry could be seen on his face. This was only the beginning. Tribulation transcendence, as everyone knew, the closer one got to the end, the scarier it became. Now that the 4 regions of the Black Tortoise world were almost destroyed, it was hard to imagine what would become of the Black Tortoise world in the end. Especially when the last heavenly tribulation descended. The last tribulation was the sum of the previous 98 tribulations. For the Black Tortoise world, it would be a catastrophe. But he also knew. This matter could not be blamed on Qin Fei Yang. Because this was also not within Qin Fei Yang's expectations. Furthermore, now that he was in the Divine Kingdom, the situation was forced and he could not undergo the tribulation outside. He did not dare to hope for anything else, he only hoped that he could protect the Central State and the Devil's Land in the end. If even these two could not be protected, then the Black Tortoise world would really be heading towards the end. At this moment, time passed very slowly. After more than a dozen heavenly tribulations, the 3,000 incarnations finally replicated the ultimate profound of Long Chen and the others. But the white-eyed wolf and Longqin's ultimate profound was still a little lacking. Because the two's ultimate profound contained the will of the Great Path, it was more difficult to replicate than the ultimate profound of Long Chen and the others. In other words, the speed of replication was even slower. However, with the ultimate profound of Long Chen and the others, coupled with the ultimate profound of Qin Fei Yang himself, they could hold on for a while. Buzz! Suddenly, Fire Lotus's divine sound transmission stone moved. She took out the divine sound transmission stone doubtfully. Who would send her a message at this time? When the divine sound transmission stone was revived, she found that it was Dong Zhengyang. Is Qin Fei Yang okay? Dong Zhengyang asked with concern. There is no danger for the time being. Fire Lotus smiled slightly. Can the Black Tortoise world withstand his heavenly tribulation? Dong Zhengyang was worried. Don't worry. We have already made preparations. Fire Lotus comforted and asked suspiciously, but, how did you know? Just now, the monarch sent a message to Boss G and specifically told him about this. And the monarch also told me to tell you that the human race, the god race, the purple gold divine dragon race, the sea race, and the beast race, the 5 major races have joined forces and are searching for you everywhere. You must be careful. Dong Zhengyang said in a deep voice. So fast. Fire Lotus frowned. It is said that Neptune has also personally appeared. Now that Qin Fei Yang is undergoing his heavenly tribulation, you must not be found by them. Otherwise, facing the 5 major races, the Black Tortoise world will be directly destroyed. Dong Zhengyang warned. Phew. Fire Lotus took a deep breath and said, we will be careful. You also have to be careful in the village. Dong Zhengyang nodded. After ending the conversation, Fire Lotus looked up at Little Wimp and said with lingering fear, fortunately, we made arrangements in advance. Otherwise, not only Qin Dage, but even us and the entire Black Tortoise world would be facing a fatal crisis. Little Wimp's face was also filled with joy, but then he said angrily, what is going on? Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation after fusing with the space-time law's ultimate profound, is the heavens deliberately torturing us? I also thought about it carefully. Could it be because of the second will of the heavens that we need to go through a test? Fire Lotus frowned. The second will of the heavens. Little Wimp muttered. After thinking about it, I feel that this is the only reason that makes sense. Perhaps when Qin Dage succeeds, he will be able to welcome the second will of the heavens. Fire Lotus smiled. You are really optimistic. Little Wimp shook his head. Right now, he did not want to think about the will of the heavens at all. What he was most worried about was the Black Tortoise world. Middle region. At this moment, all the living beings of the 3 major regions were gathered here. There was only one word to describe it. It was overcrowded. Whether it was on the ground or in the void, there were humans and beasts. Under the efforts of Pei Tianhong and the others, they had all calmed down and looked in the direction of the western region, silently praying in their hearts. Nothing must happen. In the blink of an eye. Half an hour passed. A short half an hour, to all the living beings in the Black Tortoise world, seemed to have passed as long as a few centuries. Boom! The aura surging from the western region became more and more terrifying. The northern region, southern region, and eastern region had all been razed to the ground, and the ground was filled with cracks. It was a shocking sight. The enchantment of the middle region was also constantly distorted and trembled under the impact of this aura. This enchantment condensed from the origin energy seemed to be about to break at any time. Even if they were inside the enchantment, the living beings of the Black Tortoise world could feel a great sense of crisis. So strong. If we leave this enchantment now, I'm afraid even we will be instantly killed. Looking at the turbulent collision of destructive aura outside, Pei Tianhong and the group of Dark Guard commanders' faces couldn't help but turn pale. So you can imagine what kind of crisis the young master is facing now. Wang Changyuan whispered. His hands were tightly clenched together. God, please, don't torture the young master anymore, okay? He has suffered enough in his life. Crack. Suddenly, a shattering sound rang out. A small crack appeared in a certain part of the enchantment. The crack was about the size of a strand of hair. But that terrifying fluctuation rushed into the enchantment from the crack, and the bodies of the dozens of living beings closest to it were shattered on the spot. The souls that were lucky enough to survive immediately began to frantically flee for their lives. Not good. Pei Tianhong and the others also had a change of expression and immediately rushed over. The power of the various great laws surged over. But they couldn't block that fluctuation at all. Crap. Little Wimp noticed the situation in the middle region, and his face instantly changed. He raised his hand and pointed in the air, and a ray of divine light entered Fire Lotus's forehead. He said in a deep voice, "You can now control the origin energy. As for controlling the Black Tortoise world to escape, leave it to me first. Immediately go to the middle region, and do your best to protect the living beings in the middle region." Okay. Fire Lotus nodded. In the past, she could only control the Black Tortoise world's origin energy. But now, she could even control the origin energy. It could be said that the current her was almost like a little wimp, having absolute control over the Black Tortoise world. It was just a moment's effort. The middle region was in a mess. That crack was getting bigger and bigger. More and more living beings were affected. Pei Tianhong and the others' bodies were also shattering, but they were the strongest here, so they didn't retreat. Including Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. They had always followed Qin Feiyang and enjoyed treatment that others didn't have, but at the same time, the responsibility they shouldered was also heavier than others. Protecting the Black Tortoise world, protecting the living beings here, that was their duty. Even if they died, they couldn't retreat. In the nick of time, Fire Lotus appeared. Big Sister. The 6,000 secret guards, the big black dog, and a group of fierce beasts all seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. All of you, step back. Fire Lotus shouted. The group immediately retreated. Fire Lotus waved her hand, and the origin energy fell from the sky like a waterfall. The crack on the barrier immediately began to repair. Big Sister, when did you control the origin energy? Pai Lupi looked at Fire Lotus in surprise. You still have the mood to care about this now? Fire Lotus was extremely speechless. She took a step forward and landed in the center of the barrier, constantly summoning the origin energy to stabilize the distorted barrier. Big sister is indeed different. The big black wolf bared his teeth. That's right. Otherwise, how could I get the appreciation of that little wimp? Look at our black tortoise world, with so many people, who can get the control of the black tortoise world? Only big sister. Theta Wang's eyes were full of admiration. She was worthy of being the goddess of the black tortoise world. When Fire Lotus heard this, she was angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. However, since the little wimp gave her the control of the black tortoise world, that was his trust in her. No matter what, she couldn't let these living beings in front of her be hurt. Chapter 41-31. The current black tortoise world was almost comparable to the eastern continent. But even so, apart from the Middle State and the Devil's Land, the other places had been destroyed. One could imagine how terrifying Qin Feiyang's tribulation was. If not for Little Wimp and Fire Lotus, who did their best to protect them, even the Middle State and the Devil's Land would have been destroyed. In other words, this tribulation was enough to destroy the entire Black Tortoise world. So now it seemed that Little Wimp's worries and concerns were not unreasonable. The price to pay for transcending the tribulation in the Black Tortoise world was too great. At this moment, Western region. The tribulation had reached its 90th tribulation. The following tribulation had the power to destroy the world. Qin Feiyang's 3,000 incarnations were now duplicating for the 4th time. That's right. From the start of the tribulation until now, Qin Feiyang had duplicated the ultimate meaning 3 times in a row. Last time, when he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, according to their calculations, he only needed to duplicate it twice. But this time, he had duplicated it 3 times and had not succeeded in transcending the tribulation, so he had to duplicate it a 4th time. The difference between the 2 tribulations was obvious. Boom! Accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, the 99th tribulation finally arrived. In the sky, the golden tribulation clouds rolled like huge waves. The terrifying heavenly might made the entire Black Tortoise world tremble. Crack! Whether it was the void, the firmament, or the earth, cracks continued to appear. Cracks appeared on the barrier between the Middle State and the Devil's Land once again. Not good. Fire Lotus and Little Wimp's expressions changed at the same time. The origin energy poured down from the firmament like a waterfall, but even so, it was unable to repair the cracks on the barrier. Rumble. Crack. Just as the 2 of them were panicking, the 99th tribulation was brewing in the firmament. The aura rolled and destroyed all directions. At the same time, Little Wimp's face turned pale, and he hurriedly rushed into the sky. In the next moment, he appeared in a vast expanse of white space. This was the origin source. However, at this moment, this place was also collapsing, as if the sky was collapsing. Looking at this scene, Little Wimp's heart was burning with anxiety, and he roared, "Qin Feiyang, leave the Black Tortoise world immediately, the source origin is already unable to withstand it, it is collapsing, once the source origin collapses, the Black Tortoise world will be destroyed." Western regions. When Qin Feiyang heard Little Wimp's voice, his eyes trembled slightly. When the 99 heavenly tribulations descended, he had already felt a sense of fatal danger. However, he did not expect that even the Black Tortoise world's origin would be threatened. This is the last one. I can go out and face the tribulation. Madman said in a deep voice. The 4th wave of ultimate mysteries, the 3,000 clones, had been successfully replicated in order to deal with the final tribulation. When Qin Feiyang heard the madman's words, he didn't hesitate and immediately appeared outside with his 3,000 clones. Rumble. Crack. The heavenly tribulation and the tribulation cloud immediately moved to the west continent outside. However, as soon as Qin Feiyang appeared, his expression changed greatly. The reason for that was because there was a city right below them. Moreover, it was a medium-sized city with a population of tens of millions. What a coincidence! Little Wimp controlled the Black Tortoise world to avoid the search of Neptune and the others. When he passed through the sky above the city, he happened to face the 99th heavenly tribulation. If the Black Tortoise world could withstand the last heavenly tribulation, he definitely wouldn't let Qin Fei Yang come out to face the tribulation. But there was no other way. If Qin Fei Yang didn't come out, the Black Tortoise world would be destroyed. Once the Black Tortoise world was destroyed, all the living beings inside would also be turned into ashes. No one could bear such a loss. What's going on? He seems to be Qin Fei Yang. And 3,000 clones. Tribulation. Golden tribulation cloud. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? It's so terrifying. The people in the city below also sensed the appearance of the heavenly tribulation and ran out one after another. When they looked up at the sky, they were dumbfounded. What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, hurry up and run. Qin Fei Yang roared. His words woke the people from their dreams. The people in the city quivered. Some opened space-time passages, some opened space-time teleportation divine artifacts. Those who didn't have space-time laws or space-time teleportation divine artifacts desperately fled out of the city. At the same time, the beasts in the mountains outside the city were also fleeing for their lives. Qin Fei Yang, who was standing in the sky, saw it the most clearly. Whether it was on the ground or in the void, there were figures and beasts frantically fleeing in all directions. However, the heavenly tribulation also descended at this time. The last heavenly tribulation was enough to destroy the world. Go all out. Qin Fei Yang took a deep breath, looked at the 3,000 clones, and said. He also activated all the ultimate mysteries. Boom! The terrifying divine power shattered in all directions. The void, the earth, the mountains, and the rivers crazily collapsed and sank. This was a scene of doomsday. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? I've never seen it in my life. When the last heavenly tribulation descended, the countless fleeing creatures felt a sense of fear of death in their hearts. Brother, help me. My speed is too slow. I might not be able to escape. Hurry. There's a space-time passage here. There's also a few space-time teleportation divine artifacts over there. Hurry over. Although everyone had already escaped the city, the range of the heavenly tribulation was too wide. Without a space-time passage or a space-time teleportation divine artifact, it was impossible to escape. In the nick of time, dozens of figures descended in the sky above the broken mountain. As they waved their hands, space-time passages appeared one after another. Monarch. Sovereign. Divine King. Sovereigns of various races. Everyone's spirits were lifted as they rushed into the space-time passage. That's right. It was the monarch and the others who came. When they sensed the aura of the heavenly tribulation, they immediately rushed here. For people like them who controlled the space-time laws, no matter how far away they were, they could immediately arrive. At the same time, entering the range of the heavenly tribulation, an uncontrollable fear rose in their hearts. They also understood. Why didn't Qin Fei Yang continue to transcend the tribulation in the Black Tortoise realm? It must be because the Black Tortoise realm could no longer withstand such a heavenly tribulation. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fei Yang and the 3,000 incarnations waved their hands, and all the ultimate intents instantly turned into a torrent that blasted toward the last heavenly tribulation. Retreat. The monarch's expression changed. Such a collision would probably kill even them on the spot. Neptune and the dragon god also rushed over at this moment. But when they saw this scene, their souls left their bodies and they immediately opened space-time passages to escape. Their hearts were filled with extreme fear. What kind of heavenly tribulation was this? How could it be so powerful? Rumble. Finally, the heavenly tribulation and the ultimate intents collided. A destructive aura immediately erupted, covering the sky and the earth as it surged in all directions. The void was annihilated, and the earth disappeared. The heaven and earth here turned into chaos in an instant. The destructive aura turned into a terrifying storm that roared in the chaos. Puff! In the sky above, Qin Feiyang's blood gushed out. The 3,000 incarnations were also annihilated one after another. The power of the last heavenly tribulation was completely beyond their imagination. Even though they had replicated so many ultimate intents, they couldn't completely block it and were instantly shattered. A bolt of lightning fell and struck Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's skin and flesh were torn open on the spot, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Not good. Quick! Let your sovereign divine weapons help. Black Tortoise Realm. The land of demons. Little Brat looked at Long Chen and Long Qin and roared. At the same time, the blazing flame magic sword appeared. The 3 mid-level sovereign divine weapons immediately charged out, and their divine aura erupted, blocking the sky above Qin Feiyang. Crack! However, in just an instant, the 3 sovereign divine weapons were severely damaged, and their bodies were shattered one after another. The 3 artifact spirits were so scared that they screamed. Especially the blazing flame magic sword's artifact spirit, who kept roaring and wailing. Still not enough. Looks like I have to put in a lot of effort. Little Brat took a deep breath, and with a wave of his small hand, the origin power immediately surged out of the Black Tortoise Realm, protecting Qin Feiyang and the 3 divine weapons while attacking the heavenly tribulation. Because now, Qin Feiyang wanted to replicate it, but it was already too late. If it wasn't for the heavenly tribulation, Qin Feiyang could still enter the Black Tortoise Realm. There was a time difference between the Black Tortoise Realm and the outside world. Even if he spent a lot of time in the Black Tortoise Realm to replicate everyone's ultimate intents, not much time had passed outside. But transcending the tribulation meant facing a problem. If Qin Feiyang entered the Black Tortoise Realm, the heavenly tribulation would also enter the Black Tortoise Realm. And now, the destructive fluctuations outside were too terrifying. If Qin Feiyang entered the Black Tortoise Realm, the Black Tortoise Realm would be exposed. With the current Black Tortoise Realm, it wouldn't be able to withstand these fluctuations. At that time, the Black Tortoise Realm would definitely be destroyed. Madman and the others couldn't go out to help now. Therefore, they could only use the origin power. Rumble, time passed breath by breath. With the help of the origin power, the last heavenly tribulation finally disintegrated. The tribulation clouds in the sky were still golden. But the power of lightning in the tribulation clouds had gradually receded, and a vast heavenly might descended. However, the heavenly might this time was different from before. Previously, it was the heavenly might of the heavenly tribulation, but now, it was the heavenly might of the heavenly Tao. That's right. It was the heavenly Tao's will. Qin Feiyang was no longer unfamiliar with the heavenly Tao's will, so he could distinguish it at a glance. His heart was immediately excited. Although the process of transcending the tribulation was very difficult, and the Black Tortoise Realm had paid a huge price, it was worth it to be able to successfully welcome the second heavenly Tao's will. This is, at the same time, in the distance, the God race, human race, sea race, beast race, and purple gold divine dragon race. The people of the 5 major races sensed the aura of the heavenly Tao's will and raised their heads to look in the direction of Qin Feiyang. Why would the heavenly Tao's will descend? Didn't they say that when Qin Feiyang comprehended the life and death law's ultimate intents, he had already grasped the heavenly Tao's will? The heavenly Tao's will can be fused twice. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The king and the other 2 were the same, but the difference was that there was a hidden joy in their hearts. Although they had never encountered such a situation before, it wasn't hard to imagine that fusing 2 heavenly Tao's will would definitely be extraordinary. Chapter 41-32. Ha! The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. We have finally welcomed the second will of the heavens. Little Wimp couldn't help but laugh heartily. Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, Fire Lotus, and the others also had unconcealable smiles on their faces. Their nervous mood finally relaxed. Long Chen laughed. It seems that the heavenly tribulation this time is because of this second will of the heavens. How lucky. Long Chen muttered, his eyes filled with envy. Lucky? Little Wimp pursed his lips and sneered, he's not lucky, he's lucky to have you guys as his companions. Otherwise, how could he have successfully passed the tribulation? That's true. Let's find a time to let him thank us properly. Long Chen laughed. Outside. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes as the will of the heavens descended from the sky and merged into his body. Boom! Immediately. The two wills of the heavens collided in his body, causing a tearing pain. He gritted his teeth and endured. Not long later. The two colliding wills of the heavens began to intertwine and fuse. Boom! About 10 breaths passed. A terrifying aura roared out from his body. This was a brand new will of the heavens. The divine might it contained was many times stronger than the original will of the heavens. Feeling. At this moment, he was like the incarnation of the heavens. I really want to fight with the big shots of the divine kingdom. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up as he looked in the direction of Neptune and the others. Although they were far away, he could sense their auras. Don't mess around. Hurry up and send us to the Black Tortoise world to heal. The blazing magic sword said angrily. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, turned to look at the three sovereign divine weapons, and teased, although you guys didn't help much, I still have to thank you guys. What the hell? So reluctant? At least we risked our lives for you. The three sovereign divine weapons were extremely unhappy. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed, opened a space-time tunnel, and left without looking back. Before entering the Black Tortoise world, he had to leave this place first. As for Neptune and the Dragon God, once he was done with the Black Tortoise realm, he would naturally go to the Eastern continent to settle the score with them. Actually, now, he wanted to meet these two people. Just how powerful was the current will of the heavenly Tao? However, the Divine King, the Monarch, and the Supreme Being of the human race were all present. If they were to fight with the Dragon God and Neptune, the King and the other two would definitely not just stand by and watch. Therefore, he had to endure it for the time being. Not long after Qin Feiyang left, when most of the fluctuations had dissipated, the people of the 5 great races arrived. Their killing intent filled the air. Seeing that the place was empty, the Dragon God's eyes burned with rage. You're facing the second will of the heavenly Tao, but you still don't dare to fight us head-on. If you have the ability, then come out now. Don't be a coward. His voice was like a bell, resounding in all directions. The monarch and the other two glanced at the Dragon God without batting an eyelid. Don't be so arrogant, because the more arrogant you are, the more miserable your end will be. Continue the search. This kid's potential is really too terrifying. 2 wills of the heavenly Tao, unheard of. If we don't get rid of him, I don't know how far he will grow. Neptune was worried. That makes sense. The monarch and the other two nodded perfunctorily. At this moment. Southern continent. In a certain mountain, Qin Feiyang stood at the top of the mountain, glanced around, and then entered the Black Tortoise realm with the 3 sovereign divine weapons. How do you feel? Everyone immediately swarmed up. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Just call it not bad? Frenzy frowned. I haven't tried it yet. After dealing with the Black Tortoise realm, I will go to the Eastern continent and try it with the beast race. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ha! Then when the time comes, you have to be careful, don't kill them if you're not careful. After all, you can't waste the ultimate meaning that they painstakingly comprehended. Frenzy bared his teeth. I think so too. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Little Brat. How is the Black Tortoise realm now? Can't you see for yourself? Little Brat's face was dark. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly, immediately closed his eyes, and released his perception. When he saw the current Black Tortoise realm, a bitter smile appeared on his face. This trauma was more serious than he had imagined. The Black Tortoise realm was fragile to begin with. Now that you've caused such a mess, it will take at least a few million years to recover. Little Brat's heart ached. I don't want to either. Who would have thought that a heavenly tribulation would descend? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, but the Black Tortoise realm has a time array, a few million years isn't too long. I don't want to hear that. You really don't feel anything outside. It'll pass in the blink of an eye. But for the creatures living in the Black Tortoise realm, they need to live through these millions of years. Have you considered their feelings? Little Brat said angrily. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Thinking about it, it was indeed so. A few million years in the Black Tortoise realm was only 2 to 3 years outside. 2 to 3 years would pass in the blink of an eye if he were to wander in the outside world. However, those who lived in the Black Tortoise world would have to live through these millions of years. Millions of years in the current environment of the Black Tortoise realm, just thinking about it was a kind of torture. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something, looked at Little Brat and asked, then, if there are 100 and 200 million spirit veins and crystal veins entering the Black Tortoise realm, can it speed up the recovery of the Black Tortoise realm? 100 and 200 million. Little Brat was slightly stunned, and said excitedly, you're not joking with me, right? Don't worry about whether it's a joke or not. Just tell me, can it speed up the recovery? Qin Feiyang said. Of course it can. Not only can it speed up the recovery, it can also greatly increase the growth of the Black Tortoise realm. If there are really so many crystal veins and spirit veins, I think that in less than 10,000 years, the ancient castle will be able to evolve into a mid-level dominator divine weapon. Remember, this 10,000 years is the time in the Black Tortoise realm, not the time outside. Little Brat said. So fast. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Even if it was calculated according to the time in the Black Tortoise realm, 10,000 years in the Black Tortoise realm was only 2 days outside. In other words, when the monarch, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, gave him the spirit veins and crystal veins, it would only take 2 days for the ancient castle to transform. This was really great news. Good luck, young man. Anyway, the more spirit veins and crystal veins there are, the faster the Black Tortoise realm will grow. Little Wimp said as he patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder like an old man. Okay. I'll go and snatch all the spirit veins and crystal veins in the East Continent for you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. That's good. How about this, you hurry up and plan. Leave the rest to me and Fire Lotus. Little Brat immediately acted magnanimous. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. The speed at which he changed his face was faster than flipping a book. All right, the matter is over. Go and do what you need to do. Madman waved his hand and turned to walk towards the ancient castle. The demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing also went to continue their seclusion. Sister, let's go too. Zhuo Shaoxian and Fire Dance also pulled the mermaid princess to leave. Be careful. The mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang worriedly and reminded him. Qin Feiyang nodded. The 3 women also left hand in hand. Long Chen was also preparing to continue fusing with the inheritance, but Qin Feiyang stopped him and said with a smile, Brother Long, let's go and have a chat. Huh? Long Chen was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, sure. The 2 of them immediately walked side by side to the tea garden. Long Qin and White-Eyed Wolf also planned to follow. Little Brat stopped the 2 of them and said, you 2 stop and help to clean up the mess. Why? Long Qin was stunned and immediately became dissatisfied. Because I'm the boss here. Little Brat said proudly. Boss? The corner of Longqin's mouth twitched. She looked at Little Brat and teased, let sister see if your hair is all grown out. Hearing this, Little Brat's old face turned red. Longqin chuckled and turned to the back of Little Brat's head, then turned and left without looking back. Tea garden. As soon as Long Chen entered the tea garden, he felt that something was wrong. Why was there such a pleasant tea fragrance? He walked closer to take a look, and his eyes immediately lit up. What was going on? In the blink of an eye, there was actually so much divine tea. He had been in seclusion, so he didn't know about the situation in the tea garden. Looking at the dozens of tea trees, his gaze seemed to be locked on them, unable to move away. Don't get any ideas. Qin Feiyang looked at him warily. Sure enough, it was as he had imagined. Seeing these tea trees, Long Chen couldn't move his eyes away. Where did you get these? Long Chen was curious. He finally experienced the feeling of being guarded against by a thief. In the past, he was guarding against Qin Feiyang. Now, Qin Feiyang was guarding against him. He stole them. Long Qin walked over and pursed her lips. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by stealing? It's so unpleasant to hear. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. It's the truth. Long Qin snorted coldly. Long Chen glanced at Long Qin, then at Qin Feiyang, and asked, where did you steal them? I'll steal some too. As soon as he said that, not only Qin Feiyang, but also Long Qin, his sister, was dumbfounded on the spot. Was this still the brother she knew? How could he say such a thing? Ahem. Long Chen coughed and said with an embarrassed smile, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. However, his gaze was fixed on the 40 tea trees, especially the 2 Bodhi divine tea trees. When you master the will of heaven, I'll take you to see this place. I guarantee that you'll be shocked. Qin Feiyang chuckled, then sat at the stone table, looked at Long Chen, and said, sit down and talk. Long Chen reluctantly looked away, sat opposite Qin Feiyang, and asked suspiciously, what do you want to say? Well, Qin Feiyang glanced at Long Qin, who was sitting next to Long Chen. Before Qin Feiyang could speak, Long Qin said, don't say anything. Anyway, I won't leave. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly, looked at Long Chen, and said, actually, I just want to discuss something with you. Your soul-controlling technique is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. I want to use your soul-controlling technique to let all the people around me master the will of heaven. Sure enough, it's because of this. Long Qin muttered. She had already guessed it. Chapter 41-33. Fully grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. Long Chen was stunned as he looked at Qin Feiyang. This person's ambition was not small. If the 6,000 shadow guards and the others really grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, then the strength they would display would not be ordinary. The beast race and the sea race do not lack existences that have grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. The soul control art can also easily strip them of their ultimate meaning. As for me, I now possess sufficient strength to suppress them. The right time, place, and people are all in place. You just need to nod your head. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's the reason. Long Chen nodded, but then said, but, why should I help you? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Sure enough, Long Qin was right. It was not that easy to get Long Chen to help him. In the big picture, I should help you. Because after you become stronger, you can better protect the creatures in the Sky Cloud realm and the Ancient realm. I also believe that when these places are in trouble, you will definitely be the first to stand at the forefront. But I also have my own selfish motives. Long Chen said without any concealment. He said whatever he wanted to say. I understand. Qin Feiyang nodded and then sighed. However, it is really difficult for me to reconcile with your father. Moreover, even if I can do it, your father may not reconcile with me. Who knows what will happen in the future? But no matter what the future will be, shouldn't we work hard in this direction? I don't have many conditions, just one. Try to reconcile with my father. I really don't want you to fight to the death in the end. Long Chen said. Qin Feiyang was silent. Personally, I think this condition is not too much. Moreover, for you, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. If you reconcile with my father, not only will you have one less powerful enemy, but also let the people around you grasp the will of the heavenly Tao. This is a big advantage for you. Long Chen smiled faintly. That's the reason, but I just can't let it go, you know? Look. I can let go of the grudges between us and your sister. However, I still can't let go of the grudge between your father and me. To put it simply, I can't get over this hurdle in my heart. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. He looked at Long Chen and said, if that's the case, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee it. Actually, this so-called barrier in your heart is all because of the inner demons and Lu Jiajin. As long as the inner demons and Lu Jiajin appear in front of you alive one day, everything will naturally be solved. And I also believe my father. Since he said that the inner demons and Lu Jiajin are not dead, then they must still be alive. Long Chen smiled. Perhaps. As for whether they are dead or alive, I have already asked Mu Qing to confirm that they are indeed alive. Qin Feiyang nodded. Is that it? As long as he's not dead, that's better than anything else. Long Chen smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, what about the sky-devouring beast? The grudge between you and the sky-devouring beast naturally has nothing to do with me. I only care about my father. Long Chen said. Qin Feiyang heard this and closed his eyes. He released his perception and looked at Pei Tianhong and the other 6,000 shadow guards who were busy in the central province. These people were dead set on following him. If there was a chance, he would naturally give them the greatest reward. Phew. After a long time, he took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He looked at Long Chen and said, all right, I promise you. I will try my best. However, as you said, no one knows what will happen in the future. But no matter what happens in the future, it will not affect our relationship. As long as you are willing to try. And I also believe in your character. As long as you agree, you will definitely try your best to resolve it. As for my father, I will also try to persuade him. Long Chen smiled slightly. In that case, you agree to help me? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. Long Chen nodded. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. To be honest, if he was Long Chen, he would definitely not be so open-minded. He did not dare to say that for others, but in front of Long Chen, he always felt ashamed of himself. That was because no one could compare to Long Chen's character. In fact, I also have my own selfish motives for helping you. Long Chen laughed. What selfish motives? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and looked at him curiously. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Long Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head helplessly. But whether or not he had his own selfish motives, Long Chen's way of doing things was admirable. In this life, he must not let this person down. Qin Dage. At this time, Fire Lotus ran over in a hurry. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and turned his head to look at her in confusion. She was in such a hurry, could there be an accident? Fire Lotus took a breath and said, I just went to the Soul Sealing Valley and found that it has been destroyed. That's it? Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head with a smile. I thought it was something big. It's just a Soul Sealing Valley, it's gone. The Soul Sealing Valley can be rebuilt, but Bing Running, who was suppressed inside, is also gone. Fire Lotus said. Gone? Qin Feiyang frowned. This Bing Running was not a good person. If she escaped from the Soul Sealing Valley, who knows what kind of trouble she would cause. Are you sure she's gone? Or destroyed with the Soul Sealing Valley? Long Chen asked. At that time, I didn't pay attention to the situation in the Soul Sealing Valley, so I don't know whether she ran away or died. Fire Lotus shook her head. Then did you look for her? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. I just looked for her in the 4 major regions, but I didn't find her. As for the central continent, it's definitely impossible because the central continent has already been sealed, so she can't run in. However, I'm worried that I missed something, so I want you to look for her again. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and closed his eyes. His perception quickly enveloped the entire black tortoise world, and everything was in his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at Fire Lotus. I didn't find her, she should have been destroyed with the soul-sealing valley. After all, such a powerful fluctuation couldn't even be blocked by a barrier made of origin energy, let alone a mere Bing running. However, this woman deserved to die. She didn't deserve any sympathy. That's good. Fire Lotus breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang asked, is the divine treasury okay? It's fine. They've all been moved in advance. Fire Lotus smiled. Okay, thank you for your hard work. There's one more thing, let's make other arrangements for the western region in the future. Anyway, the slaughter zone won't be opened in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. Fire Lotus thought for a moment and said, in that case, I'll arrange for some creatures to go there. Okay. There are more and more creatures in the black tortoise world. Vacating the western region can also relieve the congestion in the other 3 major regions. However, the spirit vein and the crystal vein have to be arranged well. Whether it's the human race or the beast race, we have to treat them all equally. The 5 major races of the divine kingdom are examples. Qin Feiyang sighed. Don't worry, I'll take care of them all. Fire Lotus smiled and said, if there's nothing else, I'll go do it. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. After Fire Lotus left, Long Qin smiled and said, with her here, you'll have a lot less to worry about. That's right. If I were to manage the black tortoise world myself, I wouldn't have any time to rest at all. Even managing a small family was an extremely troublesome task, let alone managing an entire world. So, Fire Lotus's contribution to the black tortoise world was far greater than his. Alright, I'll go into seclusion as well. Seeing that you're getting stronger and stronger, I can't fall behind. Long Qin put down his teacup and stood up with a smile. Then I'll congratulate you in advance. Qin Feiyang said. Long Qin waved his hand, looked at the 40 tea trees, and said, if you're really sincere, then give me half of these tea trees. Ugh! Qin Feiyang was stunned, and laughed bitterly, aren't you asking for my lifeblood? It's precisely because it's your lifeblood that I want it. Long Qin laughed, then turned around and quickly left. You're so petty. Brother has already promised to help you, and you're still unwilling to part with a few tea trees. Long Qin snorted from his nose. Don't say that. I'm just a little bit. Even if you want to give it to him, you can't take it from me. Qin Feiyang gave Long Qin a wink. Long Qin's heart trembled, and he carefully asked, you can't be planning to have designs on Master Jiu's tea garden again, right? Cough cough. Who said that? Don't talk nonsense. Am I such a person? Qin Feiyang's face darkened, but his expression was very unnatural. I think you're such a person. I really don't know what's so good about this tea. All of them treat it like a treasure. Also, if you really have designs on Master Jiu's tea garden, don't drag us in. I still want to live for a few more years. Long Qin looked at Qin Feiyang in disdain, then got up and left. Where are you going? Qin Feiyang quickly asked. I'm upset, going to relax. Long Qin said without turning his head. The black tortoise world has already become like this, what good place can there be to relax? Why don't you come with me to the East Continent? I guarantee that you'll be in a good mood there. Qin Feiyang smiled. Long Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. White-eyed wolf, come over, get ready to move. Qin Feiyang finished the tea in his cup, got up and shouted. Whoosh! The white-eyed wolf was forcibly held back by Little Brat, who asked him to help deal with the aftermath. When he heard Qin Feiyang's shout, he immediately ran away. You're really haunting me. You're always around. When he saw the white-eyed wolf running over, Longqin's face was full of displeasure. Don't flatter yourself. Don't you know whose territory this is? It's you. You've been following us, understand? The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a strange expression. He frowned and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up, or that little brat will ask me for help again." Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. When will this pair of enemies come to an end? Wait a minute. The selfishness that Longqin mentioned earlier, could it be because of the white-eyed wolf and Longqin? That's impossible. With the white-eyed wolf's personality, Longqin couldn't wait to avoid him. Chapter 4134. The waning moon hung in the sky, late at night. Qin Feiyang and the other two came out of the Black Tortoise realm and landed on a mountain peak, like three ghosts, silent. What? Longqin looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Didn't they say to hunt the beast gods? Why are they still standing here? Before hunting, shouldn't we first inquire about their location? Qin Feiyang smiled and took out the divine sound transmission stone. If they didn't even know where these beast gods were, how could they hunt? Buzz! As the divine sound transmission stone awakened, the king's shadow soon appeared. At this time, the king was sitting alone in a hall, the door was also closed, and there was even a soundproof barrier around. It could be said that he was quite cautious. "Kid, you're quite fast to escape." As soon as the tribulation ended, Neptune and the dragon god immediately went to kill you, but when they arrived at the scene, they didn't even see a shadow of a ghost. The king said. "I knew they wouldn't let me go." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Then have you really merged with two will of the heavens?" the king asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. The king was speechless, shook his head and said, "I've never seen two will of the heavens, this law of life and death is indeed extraordinary. But the risk is also high. The last tribulation almost destroyed the Black Tortoise realm." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. "How can there be a good thing without risk in this world? If you don't want to, give me the law of life and death, I'm willing to take such a risk." The king pursed his lips. This guy, he's a classic example of taking advantage of the situation. Then forget it. The risk has already been passed. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and asked carefully, Have you collected the spirit vein and crystal vein? I'm not rushing you, I'm in a hurry. Now that the Black Tortoise realm is destroyed, we need these spirit vein and crystal vein to repair it." "I knew you must have been thinking about this." The king rolled his eyes and said, "Tell me your current location, I'll send it to you personally." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and hurriedly told the king the coordinates. In less than 10 breaths. With the appearance of a space-time passage, the monarch strode out. "Greetings, senior." Longqin bowed. The white-eyed wolf, who was standing beside her, looked at her with disdain. She was clearly a violent tigress. Why did she have to pretend to be a lady? What a hypocritical woman. "Look again. Be careful, or I'll gouge out your eyeballs." Longqin glared at him. How could she not understand what the white-eyed wolf was thinking? "Are you that beautiful? Even looking at it is a crime." The white-eyed wolf was speechless. "I like hearing that. It's the truth." Longqin smiled proudly. White-eyed wolf wanted to bang his head against the wall. He had never seen such a thick-skinned woman. The monarch looked at the two who were quarreling with a playful look in his eyes. After a long time, he said something meaningful, "It's good to be young." The white-eyed wolf froze for a moment and said unhappily, "I'm warning you, don't think about it." "Ha!" The monarch laughed heartily and looked at Qin Feiyang. "When we parted not long ago, the divine king and the human race supreme gave me the crystal veins and the spirit veins. Now take me to the Black Tortoise realm. If I take out 12,000 spirit veins and crystal veins here, I'm afraid it will cause a big sensation here." "Okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the two disappeared in an instant. But Long Qin and the white-eyed wolf were left outside. The two were stunned. Leaving them outside like this? In the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone. If they were seen by others, wouldn't their imagination run wild? Stay away from me. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand. It should be you who stays away from me. Long Qin said with a cold face. You quarrel with me all day long. Is it on purpose? Is the purpose to attract my attention? If you really like me, you can say it directly. You don't have to be so shy. After all, I'm really too handsome. I can't help it. I was born this way. Even I am jealous of myself. Why am I so likable? The white-eyed wolf looked at her teasingly. The corner of Long Qin's mouth twitched. Did she have any shame? No. Should I say, did she still have any shame? The Black Tortoise Realm. Seeing the monarch take out 120 million spirit veins and crystal veins, the little brat, the fire lotus, the Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, the big black wolf, and the other beasts were dumbfounded on the spot. After living for so long, it was the first time they saw so many spirit veins and crystal veins. This number far exceeded the number of spirit veins in the Black Tortoise Realm. That little brat was treating the monarch as an honored guest. He even took the initiative to invite the monarch to the Black Tortoise Realm as a guest and personally took the monarch to the Black Tortoise Realm for a stroll. Who didn't know the little brat's temper? He had always been arrogant and disdainful of everything. It was the first time they saw him so enthusiastic to an outsider. However, the monarch was busy with official business and didn't stay. He took out the spirit veins and crystal veins and left the Black Tortoise Realm with Qin Feiyang. On the mountain peak. The monarch looked at the three and asked, Now, are you going to the East Continent? Yes. This is the second reason why I sent you a message. Where are Neptune and the dragon god now? Qin Feiyang asked. The two of them have returned to the East Continent, but 3 beast gods and 3 sea gods stayed in the West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent. They stayed behind to help us search for you. But in fact, they are urging us to find you quickly. The monarch's eyes flashed coldly. The white-eyed wolf frowned and said, So, they have begun to blatantly monitor you? That's what I mean. The monarch nodded. What is a sea god? Long Qin was curious. The sea god is not a joke. He is the strongest general under Neptune. Neptune has a total of 20 sea gods under his command. Like the beast god, they are all existences that control the will of the heavenly Tao. The monarch explained. I see. Long Qin nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang asked, Then where are these 6 people now? The monarch said, They are at Mount Supreme, the Divine Island, and the ancestral land of the purple-gold divine dragon race. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and a beast image appeared in his mind. He asked, Where is Tian Peng? He is at Mount Supreme. The sea god with him is called the Bloodwing Sea God. The monarch said. Bloodwing Sea God. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. The Sea clan also has many branches. Among them, the most noble is the Golden-Winged Sea clan. Neptune is the Golden-Winged Sea clan. The monarch explained. Are the golden wings and blood wings referring to their wings? The white-eyed wolf asked. Yes. The monarch nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and suddenly revealed a smile. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin and said, Since Tian Peng is at Mount Supreme, then let's go there first. That's what I meant too. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. This Tian Peng, I spared him last time, but he didn't know how to be obedient and still came out. Isn't he courting death? The monarch looked at the 3 of them and shook his head with a smile, Then you guys have to be careful when you attack. Don't hurt the people of Mount Supreme. No, no, no. We can't hold back, we have to go all out. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. What do you mean? The monarch frowned. Now that the human race had already formed an alliance with them, why did they have to go all out? Acting for the beast race and sea race. If we go to Mount Supreme now and kill Tian Peng and Bloodwing Sea God without hurting the people of Mount Supreme, wouldn't it arouse the suspicions of the beast race and sea race? Qin Feiyang laughed. That makes sense. The monarch nodded. On the other hand, if Qin Feiyang and the others were to kill everyone in Mount Supreme, they would definitely be able to temporarily dispel the suspicions of the beast race and sea race. Because now, the sea race and the beast race were already wary of the three races. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled and opened a space-time tunnel with a wave of his hand. Controlling the space-time laws was very convenient. In the past, he had to bring someone with him wherever he went. It was either Li Feng or the White-Eyed Wolf. But now, he also controlled the space-time laws and didn't need to rely on others. Remember. Hurry up and confirm the matter of the spy. The monarch urged. After we deal with Tian Peng and Bloodwing Sea God, we should be able to find out. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. These two people, one was the beast god of the beast race, the other was the sea god of the sea race. They definitely knew a lot of secrets that others didn't know. Okay. If there's any news, inform us immediately. The monarch's face was full of anticipation. But at the same time, he was also a little nervous. He was afraid that the people he trusted would eventually become spies of the beast race and sea race. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The three of them turned and stepped into the space-time tunnel. Mount Supreme. Although the human race's sovereign and Qin Feiyang had already formed an alliance, the security was still as tight as before. After all, this show still had to continue. Mount Supreme was also very quiet in the middle of the night. The various sovereigns were still personally overseeing the 8 directions as usual. But almost none of the enforcers of Mount Supreme could be seen at this moment. Because they were all sent out by the human race's sovereign to search for Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang and the other two silently descended in the sky above the mountain range outside Mount Supreme. Of course, they were no stranger to this place. Because they had already been here several times. Looking at the quiet Mount Supreme, the three of them looked at each other and smiled. Their auras surged out without any concealment and immediately broke the silence of the night sky. Who is it? The expression of the sovereigns guarding here changed slightly, and they immediately flew into the sky. This was the Great Sovereign. When the Great Sovereign flew into the sky and saw Qin Feiyang and the other two outside, his expression changed greatly. Great Sovereign, it's been a long time. I really missed you. Qin Feiyang chuckled. He took a step forward and raised his hand to slap the barrier. A surge of life and death energy roared out, and the barrier shattered. How dare you! The Great Sovereign roared in shock. This was a barrier that the Lord Sovereign personally set up, but now, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Rash? You're underestimating us too much. We're not just here to cause trouble, we're here to destroy your Mount Supreme. As for the reason. Who told you to come and encircle us time and time again? The white-eyed wolf cackled, activated instant time, and charged towards the Great Sovereign. Chapter 4135. At the same time. Long Qin also attacked at the same time. Qin Feiyang was a little dumbfounded. Had they become so tacit? Why are you so troublesome as a woman? Go away. Seeing Long Qin attack, the white-eyed wolf was also stunned and then said with dissatisfaction. Looking down on women. Now I'll let you know that women can also be independent. Long Qin was valiant and domineering. Okay. I'm convinced. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. No matter what, they would never forget to quarrel. Seeing the two of them attacking, the Great Venerable's eyes turned cold. He avoided Long Qin and faced the white-eyed wolf. Because all the major clans already knew that Long Qin had mastered the will of the heavenly way. But except for Qin Feiyang and the others, no one in the Divine Kingdom knew that the white-eyed wolf had mastered the will of the heavenly way. So, the great venerable's target was the white-eyed wolf. As long as he took down the white-eyed wolf, Qin Feiyang and Long Qin would be afraid to attack. Damn! You look down on me so much. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. Did he really think that he was still a pushover? Boom! The moment the two collided, a terrifying power of law emerged from the great venerable's palm. This power of law contained the will of the heavenly way. He had already shown a victorious smile. A person without the will of the heavenly way fought with him head-on. There was no suspense at all. However, at the next moment, he was shocked. The white-eyed wolf's palm also erupted with the power of law, which also contained the will of the heavenly way. How is this possible? In an instant, the smile on his face was replaced by disbelief. You'll pay the price for looking down on me. The white-eyed wolf smiled ferociously. The power of the 6 laws roared out like a torrent and attacked the great venerable while he was distracted. Crack! The great venerable's arm was instantly torn apart. His entire body was also sent flying, blood gushing out from the corner of his mouth. And at the same time, Long Qin also rushed over and slapped towards the great supreme expert's head without holding back at all. The great venerable quivered and quickly bent his waist to avoid Long Qin's killing blow. However, before he could rejoice, the white-eyed wolf once again rushed over with a murderous aura and kicked his lower abdomen. Roar! The great venerable's chi was shattered and smashed into a giant mountain in the distance like a meteorite. The giant mountain collapsed with a rumble. Well done. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin were in a good mood because they had gotten rid of the great venerable so quickly. They instinctively smiled at each other and even praised each other. But in the next moment, they looked at each other with disdain. Don't interfere. The white-eyed wolf glared at her. I should be the one saying that. Long Qin snorted. Before he finished speaking, the two of them rushed towards the great venerable again. Don't really kill him. Qin Feiyang hurriedly transmitted his voice. Got it. We know our limits. The two of them replied secretly without turning their heads. Seeing this, the great venerable also got up in a sorry state and turned around to escape. What was going on? Even this golden-winged wolf king had already grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout sounded. The other venerables rushed over after hearing the news. They were all aggressive. The human race's supreme being also stepped into the air. Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god also followed closely behind the human race's supreme being. What a coincidence. You reckless thing, you're also at Mount Supreme? The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin stopped and looked at Tian Peng in shock. Now, they definitely couldn't say that they were here specifically for Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god. Because if they said that, Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god would definitely suspect that someone had tipped off Qin Feiyang and the others. So, they had to pretend that it was a coincidence. Tian Peng looked at the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin, especially Long Qin, whose eyes were filled with resentment. However, when it saw Qin Feiyang standing in the void behind it, its pupils immediately constricted and a trace of fear that couldn't be dissipated crawled up in its heart. Back in the East Continent, the scene of its body being shattered by Qin Feiyang and not being able to fight back was still vivid in its mind. I searched everywhere for you but to no avail. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own accord. The human race's supreme being looked at the great venerable. Seeing his sorry state, his eyes were filled with rage and a surge of faith power surged out. Hurry up and leave. Before Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god came, they had already informed the dragon god and Neptune. But at the same time, he was also secretly transmitting his voice to Qin Feiyang and the other two. It's fine. I'm here to hunt them. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. But if you guys fight here, Mount Supreme will be destroyed. The human race's supreme being was worried. If not, how can the sea race and the beast race let down their guard against you? This show is for them to see. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and looked at Tianpeng with murderous intent. Since I've met you here, let's settle the score between us first. Boom. The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death was activated. The human race's supreme being's eyes flashed as he pushed Tianpeng and the blood-winged sea god away and shouted, "Hurry up and leave. I'll stop him." Everyone on Mount Supreme also evacuate immediately. As his voice fell, accompanied by a clanging sound, the sword of faith appeared out of nowhere, its sharpness tearing the sky and splitting the earth. This sword of faith was quite powerful. Even the kingdom of life and death couldn't compete with it. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang wanted to give it a try. However, he suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Because now wasn't the time to compete. The dragon god and Neptune would definitely rush over immediately after hearing the news, so he had to end the battle quickly. Swoosh! 3,000 incarnations were directly activated. All the ultimate mysteries appeared in the sky, destroying the world. Mount Supreme was razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Facing 3,000 incarnations and so many ultimate mysteries, no matter how heaven-defying the sword of faith was, it couldn't resist and was directly destroyed. Go! Tianpeng shouted. This was too strong. It originally thought that with the strength of the human race's supreme being, it could stall for a while. But now, it seemed that it was simply thinking too much. Immediately, Tianpeng and the blood-winged sea god turned around and fled. Humph! A cold snort resounded in this world like thunder. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the ultimate mysteries of the 3,000 incarnations instantly turned into a torrent that surged towards the two. Before they even got close, their bodies began to crack. Because the aura emitted by so many ultimate mysteries was enough to seriously injure them. When the others saw this scene, who dared to help? The human race's supreme being didn't want to help. The various supremacies wanted to help, but they were powerless. Bastard, I will never forgive you. Tianpeng roared. A destructive aura rushed out of his body. The blood-winged sea god was the same. Self-destruct? Qin Feiyang was stunned. They actually chose to self-destruct. Could it be that the two of them left their divine souls in the East Continent in advance? That wouldn't do. Once the two of them succeeded in self-destructing, his efforts would be in vain. Moreover, if Mount Supreme was destroyed, it would become meaningless. In just an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Qin Feiyang's mind. The human race's supreme being also didn't expect Tianpeng and the sea god to choose to self-destruct. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Qin Feiyang anxiously, "Hurry up and stop their self-destruction." If they succeeded in self-destructing, none of the thousands of disciples on Mount Supreme would be able to escape alive. Hey! Suddenly, a burst of laughter sounded. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin appeared behind Tianpeng and the sea god like lightning. Because Qin Feiyang had activated 3,000 incarnations, the various supremacies all retreated. No one came to restrain them, so they had been staring at Tianpeng and the sea god. Although they were also surprised by the self-destruction, they still had the ability to react on the spot after experiencing countless bloody battles. So they took advantage of the chaos and immediately went to stop them. Boom! The two of them didn't hold back at all. Tianpeng and the blood-winged sea god immediately screamed and flew out like meteorites. Then, they were drowned by the ultimate intent of the 3,000 incarnations. The sea god's wail sounded. His physical body was shattered on the spot in an instant, and even his divine soul was severely injured. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the ultimate intent dissipated. He took a step forward and grabbed the two remnant souls. Then, he opened a space-time tunnel and left with the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin without looking back. Lord Supreme Being, the various sovereigns' faces were filled with rage when they saw this. They came here to cause a huge ruckus, and now they're leaving as if nothing happened. Do they really think Mount Supreme is their backyard? What can I do? The human sovereign smiled bitterly. Looking at the devastated Mount Supreme, his face was filled with helplessness. Wasn't the price of acting a bit too high? Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Neptune and the dragon god came aggressively with their people, but when they saw Mount Supreme, their expressions froze. Where are they? They couldn't have escaped again, right? Sorry for being late. Tian Peng and Blood Winged have been taken away by them. And my Mount Supreme. At this point, the human race's supreme martial artist scanned the land that was riddled with holes and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Tian Peng and Blood Winged were taken away. The dragon god and Neptune raised their eyebrows and looked at the human sovereign and the 10 supremacies. Then why weren't you taken away? The 10 supremacies were stunned and immediately said angrily, what do you mean? Do you want Qin Feiyang to kill all of us? I'm just telling the truth. There are so many people in Mount Supreme, but only Tian Peng and Blood Winged were taken away. Do you dare say that there's nothing wrong with this? The dragon god said coldly. Bastard! From what you're saying, we colluded with Qin Feiyang? The great supremacy said angrily. We can't rule out that possibility. The dragon god glanced at the group with a terrifying gaze. Preposterous. This is too much. My Mount Supreme has been destroyed. If it wasn't for Lord Supreme coming in time, even I would have died in their hands. Now you're suspecting us. I'm pissed off, I'm pissed off. The great supremacies roared in anger. Boss, calm down. There's no need to be angry. They can think whatever they want, as long as we have a clear conscience. The second supremacies walked to the great supremacies and comforted them. I don't want to be angry, but with their attitude, how do you expect me to hold back? Do they really think they can do whatever they want just because they're Lord Supreme's trusted subordinates? The great supremacies clenched his fists, his gaze was extremely dark. If it wasn't for the fact that his chi ocean was shattered, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold himself back. Chapter 4136. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Let's see if I dare to kill you. The dragon god stared at the great sage with killing intent flashing in his eyes. The human race's supreme martial artist frowned. He stepped in front of the great venerable and gestured for the great venerable to calm down. Then, he raised his head and looked at the dragon god. He smiled and said, Dragon god, are you already so powerful now? You even want to kill the supremacy of my Mount Supreme? Offending your superiors, shouldn't you be killed? The dragon god argued. Offending my superiors? He is respected by the human race, not your subordinate, the dragon god. How can you judge him as offending your superiors? Could it be that in your eyes, the human race has always been an ant under the feet of your beast race? The human race Shizun's eyes flashed with killing intent. The dragon god raised his eyebrows and said, Are you deliberately looking for trouble? You've always been the one looking for trouble. Don't think that I can't tell. You've already suspected the human race of colluding with Qin Feiyang more than once. Since it's a suspicion, it can't be groundless. You might even have some evidence in your hands. Now, I'm begging you to take out the evidence. The human race Shizun said. The dragon god clenched his fists. You don't have evidence? The human race Shizun asked. Then, his gaze turned cold and he said angrily, Since you don't have evidence, what right do you have to create trouble in my Mount Supreme and act so arrogantly? Let me tell you, if you continue to be so unreasonable, even if the Lord Ruler comes personally, I won't let this go. Good, good, good. You're amazing. The dragon god laughed out of anger. No, no, no. Compared to you, the dragon god, I'm still lacking. Disregarding everything else, at least in your beast race's territory, I've never turned the tables and ordered you around. The human race Shizun smiled faintly. You, the dragon god trembled in anger. Enough. Neptune, who had been silent all this while, frowned slightly. He looked at the dragon god and said in a deep voice, The most important thing right now is to find Qin Feiyang and rescue Tian Peng and Shui Yi, not cause internal strife here. Look, they're both rulers of the same race, but why is there such a huge difference? You don't even know the most basic priorities. To put it bluntly, she's like a shrew. When she encounters problems, she only knows how to curse and blame others. The great venerable smiled coldly. You're courting death. The dragon god was enraged. His aura surged out and rushed toward the great venerable. Why don't you try? The supreme being of the human tribe took a step forward. A tremendous power of faith burst out of his body. The other 9 sovereigns also stood behind the sovereign of the human race. They stared at the dragon god with cold eyes. What are you doing? At this moment, the monarch and the divine king also arrived. Just in time. Someone said that the human race colluded with Qin Feiyang. The great venerable was not convinced and said a few words to refute, and he wanted to kill him. You guys help to judge. Where does he put the human race? The supreme being of the human race looked at the two and said. Colluding with Qin Feiyang? The two were stunned. They looked at the dragon god and asked, do you have evidence? The dragon god's face darkened. If I had evidence, why would I stand here and talk so much nonsense with you? Looking at your expression, I don't think you have evidence. If you don't have evidence, what are you talking about? If you can do this, then I can also suspect that the beast race is also colluding with Qin Feiyang. The monarch looked at the dragon god with extreme disgust in his eyes. There was no need to hide it. Because he had always hated the beast race. The dragon god also knew. Hearing this, the dragon god glared at the monarch angrily. I received the news that Qin Feiyang came to Mount Supreme. I thought you were here to help, but I didn't expect you to come to criticize me. That's interesting. The divine king chuckled, a playful look on his face. The dragon god glanced at the 3 of them and laughed sinisterly. Are you guys planning to join forces to go against me? We wouldn't dare. Who doesn't know that you, the dragon god, are deeply loved by the ruler? We don't dare to go against you. I'm just stating the facts, that's all. If the dragon god doesn't like to hear it, then pretend I didn't say anything. The divine king smiled faintly and ignored him. He looked at the supreme being of the human race and asked, are there any losses? Other than Mount Supreme being destroyed and the great venerable being seriously injured, there aren't any losses. However, Sky Peng and the blood-winged sea god were kidnapped by Qin Feiyang. I wonder what will happen to them. The supreme being of the human race shook his head. I see. The divine king nodded in realization. He looked at the dragon god again and smiled, then why are you still in the mood to criticize me? It seems that you don't really care about Sky Peng. The dragon god's face was gloomy. Calm down. Our relationship with the 3 races wasn't very good to begin with. If there was evidence, it would be fine. But now, without evidence, if you continue to cause trouble, I'm afraid they will really join forces to deal with you. Neptune secretly transmitted his voice. Join forces to deal with me? I hope they do so. That way, I can find a chance to kill them all. The dragon god smiled sinisterly. You're silly. Who are they? Even if they join forces to deal with you, you can't kill them. Because the implications are too great. There are countless creatures from the 3 races. If you dare to kill the king and the other 2, you will definitely ignite the anger of the 3 races. Can you imagine what the divine kingdom will become then? So, there must be evidence. Because only with evidence can we convince the public. Moreover, the orders given by Lord Ruler are to maintain the order of the divine kingdom and guard against the king and the others' betrayal, not to cause trouble. Neptune said in a deep voice. I know. I don't need you to remind me. The dragon god glared at Neptune and tried to calm the anger in his heart. He looked at the human race sovereign and said, they were kidnapped at your Mount Supreme. As the master of Mount Supreme, you can't absolve yourself from the blame. You must save them without any injuries. Ah! The human race sovereign was stunned. How can he be so unreasonable? Was he the one who insisted on leaving Sky Peng and the Blood-Winged Sea God at Mount Supreme? Of course not. It was you who asked Sky Peng and the Blood-Winged Sea God to stay here. On the surface, it was to help search for Qin Feiyang and the others, but in reality, it was to monitor his Mount Supreme. Now that the two of them were kidnapped, you directly pushed the blame to him. You may not be good at other things, but your ability to shift the blame is admirable. When the Great Venerable and the others heard this, they were angry again. After all, you are the ruler of a region. How can you be so shameless? The most outrageous thing was, even now, you still have the attitude of condemning me. Who owes you? Thinking of this, the human race supreme martial artist looked at the dragon god and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I did intend to help rescue them, but now it seems that I really can't do such a strenuous and unrewarding task, so you guys can go and rescue them yourselves. What do you mean? You're going to sit back and do nothing? The dragon god seriously wondered if he had heard wrong. Of course. Of course I will. When we encircle Qin Feiyang and the others, the human race will be the first to arrive. But to rescue Sky Peng and the others, you have to rely on yourselves. I can't help even if I want to. I won't see you off. The human race sovereign waved his hand and directly ordered them to leave. The dragon god was stunned. Neptune was also stunned. They didn't expect that the human race sovereign would suddenly become a hands-off boss. This, sovereign, what the dragon god said before was indeed too much. You are a magnanimous person, so don't bother with him. Besides, don't you know him well? This is his personality. Neptune came back to his senses and immediately began to smooth things over. Neptune, it's not that I want to be calculative. If it were you, today I would swagger to your Sea clan and say that you colluded with Qin Feiyang. Would you let me go? So, sometimes, we can be magnanimous, but sometimes, we can't tolerate it. The human race sovereign shook his head. Why are you so arrogant? I don't believe that without the help of the human race, my beast race and the Sea clan can't save Tianpeng and the others. Neptune, let's go. The dragon god was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He opened a space-time passage and turned around to leave without looking back. Sigh. Neptune sighed and quickly followed with his people. Soon. Only the divine king and the king were left here. The king secretly laughed. Old man, I didn't expect your temper to be so fiery. Look at how angry the dragon god is. Who doesn't have a temper? The human race sovereign snorted coldly. Yes, yes, yes. But are you really going to ignore it? The king secretly asked. I didn't want to care at first, but this insensible dragon god just happened to give me an excuse. In that case, why should I work so hard? The human race sovereign secretly said. So you are using this as an excuse to make a fuss. You are indeed an old fox. But you found an excuse, and we haven't. They will probably come to us for help later. The king secretly sighed. That's your business. As for me, I'm going to make a pot of tea to refresh myself. After arranging the aftermath of Mount Supreme, I will go and relax for a few days. The human race sovereign secretly laughed. The king and divine king rolled their eyes. He really knows how to enjoy life. East Continent. Dragon God, you are really too impulsive this time. Can't you just bear with it? Neptune looked at the dragon god with a helpless expression. How can I bear it? He clearly doesn't put us in his eyes. The dragon god angrily said. I saw it with my own eyes this time. You are indeed in the wrong. How can you say something like colluding with Qin Feiyang so casually? Neptune shook his head. When would she be able to change her temper? But I just feel that there is a problem. Neptune coldly snorted. The Sea King frowned and said, if that's the case, then call him over and ask him personally. Let's see what exactly happened at Mount Supreme. Okay. The Sea King nodded. He looked at the golden tiger beside him and said, "Contact him immediately and ask him to find a chance to meet us. Remember to remind him that he must not be discovered by the human clan's sovereign and the other venerable ones." "Okay." The golden tiger nodded and immediately took out the sound transmission god stone. If Qin Feiyang was here and heard this, he would definitely smile. Because this him must be the spy that Neptune and the dragon god planted in Mount Supreme. Moreover, from Neptune's words, this person's position in Mount Supreme wasn't low. Chapter 4137. At the same time. In the depths of a mountain in the West Continent. In a valley, 3 people stood side by side. It was Qin Feiyang and the other 2. In the void in front of the 3 of them, the remnant souls of Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god were suppressed by the law of life and death. They couldn't even self-destruct. "You guys are simply lawless. Do you know who I am? Let me give you a piece of advice. Let me go immediately, or you'll have to bear the consequences." The blood-winged sea god roared. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 didn't say anything and just looked at him silently. As for Tian Peng, although he didn't shout, he was also full of resentment. After a while, the blood-winged sea god finally closed his mouth and looked at the 3 of them helplessly. He had already said good and bad words, but the 3 of them stood there like 3 pieces of wood and didn't say a word. They had nowhere to use their strength. "Are you done? You don't have any strength left. That's enough. It's our turn now." The white-eyed wolf rubbed his hands and walked towards the remnant soul of the blood-winged sea god with a smirk. "What do you want? You really don't want to live anymore, do you?" The blood-winged sea god shouted in panic. "I just don't want to live anymore." The white-eyed wolf immediately beat him up. Although the blood-winged sea god was only in the form of a remnant soul, he could still feel the heart-wrenching pain. "Idiot! You've already fallen into our hands and you still dare to be arrogant. Aren't you looking for trouble?" Long Qin next to him had a mocking expression. What's so great about the beast god? They weren't even afraid of the dragon god, let alone a mere beast god. "If you behave, you'll suffer less. Stop hitting me." Soon, begging for mercy was heard. The blood-winged sea god was speechless. He had finally seen what these people were capable of. "Why didn't you do this earlier? I have to beat you up before you know how to behave." The white-eyed wolf clapped his hands and turned to Qin Feiyang. He bared his teeth and said, "Hurry up, I can't wait." "What do you mean?" Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god were surprised. An uneasy premonition arose in his heart. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled at the ingrate. He looked at the heavenly Peng duo and asked, "Did you leave your divine souls behind in the East Continent?" When the 2 heard this, their expressions immediately became flustered. "Bye. We did leave our divine souls in the East Continent, so even if you kill us, it's meaningless. So that's why you're so fearless." Bye. Of. Qin Feiyang and the ingrate crossed their arms and revealed a playful smile. "Leaving your divine soul can indeed save your life. But as long as your original body is not dead, the split divine soul will never be able to form a new divine soul and body." Qin Feiyang's eyes became more playful. "What do you mean?" Sky Peng was shocked. "Do you think we will kill you directly?" "No. Not only will we not, but we will also treat you well." Qin Feiyang smiled. "What do you want?" Sky Peng roared. "Treat? He would be a fool if he believed that. It's true. You are our distinguished guests." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Fire Lotus, have you rebuilt Soul Ceiling Valley?" "Not yet." "Is it urgent?" Fire Lotus's voice sounded in his mind. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "There's no hurry. You can deal with the aftermath first." "Okay." Fire Lotus replied. Because they did not know that Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were secretly communicating, Qin Feiyang's silence made Sky Peng and Fire Lotus even more anxious. Let's go. I'll bring you to a place. Qin Feiyang looked at the two and smiled. He waved his hand and appeared in a stone room. This was one of the cultivation rooms in the castle. The reason why he brought them to the cultivation room was because he did not want them to know about the situation in the Black Tortoise world. Where is this place? The two looked around. A good place. Qin Feiyang smiled and whispered a few words in the white-eyed wolf's ear. The white-eyed wolf nodded and immediately turned to leave. Soon, the white-eyed wolf brought the mermaid princess to the cultivation room again. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Madam, help to reconstruct their bodies." The mermaid princess looked at the two and suspiciously looked at Qin Feiyang before opening her Eye of Life. Eye of Life. The two's eyes trembled. The owner of the Eye of Life was Qin Feiyang's woman. Also, why did he want to help them reconstruct their bodies? Did he really treat them as guests and want to entertain them? Not long after, the two's bodies were reconstructed. Even their qi was restored. Seeing that their qi was restored, the two immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. They tore through the seal and attacked the four people. Don't be in a hurry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The two raised their eyebrows. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought the white-eyed wolf, Long Qin, mermaid princess, and Sky Peng to the sky above the valley outside. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. The two of you can come alone or together. As long as you can defeat me, I will let you leave. Qin Feiyang looked at Sky Peng and the blood-winged sea god and smiled. The two were stunned and stared at Qin Feiyang, asking, "Really? A man's word is worth its weight in gold. Also, I won't activate the 3,000 incarnations, the law of life and death, and the eye of heaven." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The white-eyed wolf and the other two were also enlightened. Originally, he reconstructed their bodies to test the power of the will of heaven. Suddenly, the three of them were looking forward to it. How powerful would the fusion of two wills of heaven be? Sky Peng and the blood-winged sea god looked at each other and their eyes flashed fiercely. If Qin Feiyang activated the 3,000 incarnations, the law of life and death, and the eye of heaven, they really didn't have the strength to defeat Qin Feiyang. However, as long as he didn't activate the 3,000 incarnations, the law of life and death, and the eye of heaven, there was a high chance. Because Qin Feiyang's strongest means were the 3,000 incarnations, the law of life and death, and the eye of heaven. Apart from these three, the rest were similar to the others. Boom! Their bodies shook and a monstrous aura surged out. Don't fight here. You will hurt those innocent creatures. Go to the galaxy. If you defeat me, not only will I let you go, I will also give you the eye of heaven and the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Qin Feiyang smiled and pulled the mermaid princess towards the galaxy. What? He will give us the eye of heaven and the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death? Their eyes trembled. If they could get the eye of heaven and the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, their strength would definitely be stronger than the dragon god and Neptune. That's not right. He's too confident. The blood-winged sea god was shocked. How is this confidence? I think he's just conceited. Tian Peng grunted. So, are we going to fight or not? The blood-winged sea god asked. Look at the golden-winged wolf king and Long Qin. If we don't fight, will they let us go? Tian Peng sighed. Although Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess had already flown towards the galaxy, the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin were next to them. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin had also mastered the will of heaven and were not weaker than them. If they chose to escape at this time, the two would definitely stop them. Most importantly, if they angered Qin Feiyang, the law of life and death, the eye of heaven and the 3,000 incarnations would all be activated and they would have no way to survive. Let's go. He already said that if we don't activate the law of life and death, the eye of heaven and the 3,000 incarnations, what are we afraid of? If we don't dare to fight, then as the beast god and the sea god, how can we live in the future? Tianpeng gritted his teeth and flew towards the galaxy. The blood-winged sea god also made up his mind and chased after him like lightning. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin looked at each other and followed unhurriedly. The galaxy. It was vast and boundless. Countless stars flashed with bright starlight. Qin Feiyang stopped in the depths of the galaxy and looked at the mermaid princess with a gentle smile. Go to the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin. Then be careful. The mermaid princess warned, then turned around and flew to the white-eyed wolf and looked at Qin Feiyang worriedly. Don't worry. Little Qin Zi is not someone these small fries can hurt. The white-eyed wolf grinned and the disdain on his face was undisguised. Tianpeng and the blood-winged sea god couldn't help glaring at the white-eyed wolf when they heard this. Small fries? Who was he scolding? They were the beast god and the sea god. Which one of them didn't hold great power? Arrogant, right? Fine. After dealing with this conceited Qin Feiyang, I'll deal with you slowly. Tianpeng turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, keep your word. Don't activate the 3,000 incarnations, eye of heaven, and the laws of life and death. Okay. As long as I activate it, I'll take it as my loss. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. Tianpeng laughed and spread his wings, causing a gust of wind to howl. Strands of power of laws surged out like a tide. At the same time, the blood-winged sea god's ordinary body also grew rapidly. In an instant, he turned into a giant with 9 pairs of blood-red wings on his back, as if they were cast in blood, exuding an astonishing murderous aura. Is this the true form of the Sea Clan? Why does it look like a monster? Long Qin murmured. Not only did the blood-winged sea god have 9 pairs of blood-red wings on his back, but there were also blood-red fish scales on his body and face. At first glance, he looked really ferocious and scary. Boom! In the next moment, the power of laws also roared out of the blood-winged sea god's body. Both Tianpeng and the blood-winged sea god had 6 supreme laws. Kill! As the two of them roared, 12 ultimate profound meanings instantly appeared. The will of the heavenly Tao erupted, emitting a divine might that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. It shook the Milky Way for billions of miles as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Not bad, not bad. If Long Qin hadn't promised to help me, I wouldn't have killed you. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Chapter 4138. Without Long Chen's help, he would not have been able to make Tianpeng and the blood-winged sea god hand over their ultimate mysteries. If he could not obtain the ultimate mysteries, he would naturally be reluctant to kill them. After all, they were powerhouses who had mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. If he could take them under his command, he would be able to increase his combat strength. But it was different now. With Long Chen's soul-controlling technique, he did not need to waste his energy to subdue the two of them. Taking a step back. Even if he could subdue them, he could not completely trust them. Looking at Pei Tianhong and the others again. These people were dead set on following him. As long as he could obtain enough ultimate mysteries, he could easily become a powerhouse who had mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. It was much easier than subduing Tianpeng and the blood-winged sea god. It's still unknown who will kill who now. When Tianpeng heard this, his eyes were full of sneers. It's good to be confident, but blind confidence is stupid. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the 6 strongest laws appeared out of nowhere. Haha, they are both ultimate mysteries, and they both have the will of the heavenly Tao. How can you fight with 2 powerhouses alone? Too self-righteous. The blood-winged sea god laughed wildly. Is that so? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and the will of the heavenly Tao burst out. A mighty heavenly might suddenly like a tide, covering the sky and the earth, enveloping the galaxy. The will of the heavenly Tao, Tianpeng and the blood-winged sea god's laughter suddenly stopped. In their hearts, a sense of fear arose spontaneously. This will of the heavenly Tao was like the true power of the heavenly Tao. It was much stronger than their will of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, they were trapped in the heavenly might, as if they were facing a true heavenly Tao. In a trance, Qin Feiyang opposite them was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. How is this possible? The will of the heavenly Tao is actually so much stronger than our will of the heavenly Tao. Could it be related to his tribulation? But even if another will of the heavenly Tao is integrated, it can't be so powerful. Both of their hearts trembled. What kind of monster was this? Boom! In a flash, the ultimate meanings of the three clashed together. This caused the heavenly rock and the blood-winged sea god to be even more direct. Their 12 ultimate profound meanings were actually unable to resist Qin Feiyang's 6 ultimate profound meanings in the slightest. Qin Feiyang's 6 ultimate profound meanings crushed through them like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This, I don't believe it. The two of them shook their heads frantically. Isn't this too outrageous? That's it. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. It was a little beyond imagination. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and 4 of the 6 ultimate profundities dissipated, leaving behind only the ultimate profundities of the law of destruction and the law of karma. Immediately after, he looked at Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god and smiled. It's all right. Continue. Who are you looking down on? The two of them flew into a rage. Trying to defeat them with just 2 ultimate profound meanings. Boom! 12 ultimate meanings were unleashed once again. They carried a towering fury as they charged towards Qin Feiyang's 2 ultimate meanings. With a deafening boom, they collided once again. Immediately, the two of them were dumbfounded once again. Because at the moment of collision, all the ultimate meanings had dissipated. What did this mean? It meant Qin Feiyang only had 2 ultimate profound meanings, yet he was able to compete with their 12 ultimate profound meanings. In other words, if Qin Feiyang wanted to defeat them, he would only need 2 or 3 ultimate profound meanings. How big was the gap? He's too strong. White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin were also dumbfounded. Judging from the current situation, after the fusion of the 2 wills of Heaven Tao, the power of the ultimate meanings had increased by 6 times. Because now, Qin Feiyang was able to fight against 6 ultimate profundities with just 1 ultimate profundity. Terrifying. What if he activated the law of life and death? Wouldn't it be even more shocking? Because the power of the law of life and death had far surpassed the ultimate meaning. This guy, now, even if he doesn't activate the 3,000 incarnations and the eye of heaven, just the law of life and death and the various ultimate meanings of the ultimate meanings are enough to defeat the 10 supremacies of the human race. Long Qin smiled bitterly. No one would believe that a single person could defeat the 10 supremacies of the human race. But this was the truth. If Qin Feiyang were to unleash all of his abilities, he would likely be able to wipe out an entire race by himself. He was really too strong. He was more than a monster. He wasn't human at all. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feiyang was full of smiles. He was also very satisfied with the power of the will of Heaven Tao. The blood-winged sea god recovered and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said in a deep voice, "When you transcended the tribulation, did you really usher in the second will of Heaven Tao?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. The blood-winged sea god took a deep breath. 2 wills of Heaven Tao, unprecedented. Is this the benefit of comprehending the law of life and death? Tian Peng murmured. His eyes were full of jealousy. Comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, a will of Heaven Tao descended. Comprehending the ultimate meaning of the 6 ultimate meanings, another will of Heaven Tao descended. How could a human from the sky cloud realm have such amazing talent? Thinking about their divine kingdom, there were countless geniuses and geniuses, but so far, no one had been able to comprehend the law of life and death. Do you still want to fight? Qin Feiyang looked at the two and smiled. The two looked at each other. With just 2 ultimate meanings, he could compete with their 12 ultimate meanings. Was there any point in continuing to fight? Facing this person, they were no match for him at all. Then let's use the waste sea. Qin Feiyang said. Use the waste sea. The two's eyes trembled. Wouldn't they fall into Qin Feiyang's hands again? This wouldn't do. They had to find a way to escape. Boom! Suddenly, a destructive aura rushed out of their bodies again. They wanted to self-destruct again. As long as they could successfully self-destruct, it was equivalent to escaping. Sigh. Why do we have to do such useless actions? Qin Feiyang shook his head. The kingdom of life and death was activated, and the will of heaven Tao erupted. As expected. The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death became even more terrifying under the support of the will of heaven. The power of the kingdom of life and death was enough to crush an intermediate dominator divine weapon. The terrifying aura surged out. The two were trapped in the aura as if they had fallen into the abyss of hell. Their bodies and minds trembled, and they even forgot to self-destruct. Boom! As Qin Feiyang waved his hand, the kingdom of life and death attacked. Ah! With a scream, the two suffered fatal injuries. Not only was their sea of qi shattered again, but even their divine souls were torn apart. Qin Feiyang formed seals with both hands, and 2 puppet imprints appeared, entering their broken sea of consciousness at lightning speed. Very soon. The puppet technique controlled the two of them. In fact, to be honest, it only took 1 round. In 1 round, the two had lost the courage to fight. One could imagine how strong Qin Feiyang was now. In a one-on-one battle, except for the Dominator, no one in the Divine Kingdom was his opponent. So now, as long as he didn't face the encirclement of the major races, no one could threaten him. He could also try to see the true face of the Central Dynasty. He had always been curious about this Central Dynasty. Returning to the cultivation room again and suppressing the two, Qin Feiyang began to read their memories. At the same time. East Continent. A person covered in a black robe appeared in front of Neptune and the Dragon God. Greetings, Lord Dragon God. Greetings, Lord Neptune. The person bowed, his voice slightly hoarse. N. The two nodded. Neptune said, "Let me ask you, when Qin Feiyang and the other two appeared at Mount Supreme, what was the situation? You have to tell the truth. If you dare to lie, I will kill you." The Dragon God followed, his eyes incomparably sinister. How would I dare to lie to Lord Dragon God? Qin Feiyang and the other two came to Mount Supreme to take revenge on us. Because Mount Supreme had been encircling them. At that time, the Great Venerable almost died in their hands, but when Tianpeng and the Blood-Winged Sea God appeared, the 3 of them immediately changed their target. Especially Tianpeng. Qin Feiyang and the other two had the strongest killing intent. The black-robed man said. Neptune looked at the Dragon God and asked, what was the human race's sovereign's attitude at that time? Seeing that the situation was bad, Sovereign told Tianpeng and the Blood-Winged Sea God to leave immediately, and even blocked in front of Qin Feiyang and the other two to buy time for them to escape. So, it's impossible to say that they colluded. Qin Feiyang and the other two also showed no mercy to Mount Supreme. If it wasn't for Sovereign, the Great Venerable might have died in their hands. The black-robed man said. Hearing this, Neptune turned to the Dragon God and sighed, now you know, you've always wronged the human race's sovereign, no wonder he's so angry. The Dragon God snorted coldly in response to Neptune's rebuke and didn't say anything. All right. Go back and continue to keep an eye on Mount Supreme. If there's any movement, immediately report to us. Neptune waved his hand. Understood. The black-robed man replied, then opened a space-time tunnel and left. Chapter 4139. The Golden Tiger looked at Neptune and the Dragon God and asked carefully, so, should we apologize to the Lord of the human race, or, but before he finished, the Dragon God stared at the Golden Tiger fiercely. The Golden Tiger shrunk his neck and lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Neptune looked at the golden tiger and shook his head. You really know how to talk. We've known each other for so long, but you still don't know the personality of the dragon god? How can he lower his head? The golden tiger smiled. Don't worry about the lord of the human race. I'll talk to him when I have time. The most important thing now is to find a way to save Tianpeng and Shui. Neptune said. One of the sea gods said solemnly, Tianpeng and Shui left their divine souls in the East Continent. They aren't afraid of dying, but they are afraid that Qin Feiyang won't kill them and will continue to trap their true bodies. That's also what I'm worried about. I hope Qin Feiyang doesn't know that they left their divine souls in the East Continent. A beast god of the beasts said. As long as he didn't know, Qin Feiyang would definitely kill them. This way, they wouldn't need to rescue them. Then let's go find the Lord and the Divine King first. We need their help in this matter. Neptune said. But will they help us? In the past, when Qin Feiyang was dealing with the three races, the beast race and the sea race just watched from the sidelines. Now that it's our turn, I'm afraid that the God race and the purple gold divine dragon race may not lend us a helping hand. The golden tiger frowned. I don't think so. No matter what personal grudges we have, the Lord is the Lord of the divine kingdom after all. He won't be so willful, and he won't dare to be so willful. As for the divine king, the divine island has been destroyed twice. Jiang Yunshuang and the other two prodigies also died tragically at Qin Feiyang's hands. More than half of the direct descendants of the divine city also died at their hands. The divine king must hate Qin Feiyang and the others to the bone. Therefore, she must be eager to join forces with us now. Neptune smiled confidently. That makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. What they didn't know was that in the past, the divine king would have indeed joined forces with them. But now, things were different. Right now, the divine king couldn't wait for the beast race and the sea race to never look for her again. Time flew by. Black Tortoise World. A year passed. That was right. Qin Feiyang spent a full year reading their memories. It couldn't be helped. Their memories were too vast. Furthermore, there couldn't be any mishaps with regards to the spies. Therefore, he read their memories in great detail. On this day, he took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Looking at the two suppressed people, he transmitted his voice, Castle, keep an eye on them. Don't let them run out of the cultivation room. After saying that, he disappeared. Tea garden. He sat alone at the stone table, drinking tea while recalling the information he had read. His brows were tightly knitted together. When Longqin and White-Eyed Wolf noticed Qin Feiyang in the tea garden, they were stunned for a moment. They immediately entered the tea garden and smiled. Is it over? Of course, they couldn't accompany Qin Feiyang all the time. The mermaid princess had long gone into seclusion to fuse with the ultimate profound. Yes. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and nodded at the two with a smile. Why do you look a little strange? Did you learn something unbelievable? Longqin was suspicious. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea, shook his head and sighed. Yes, I really didn't expect that they would be bribed by the dragon god and Neptune. Who is it? White-Eyed Wolf sat opposite Qin Feiyang with a curious look. You won't believe it even if I tell you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then tell us, don't keep us in suspense, okay? White-Eyed Wolf urged. His curiosity was getting stronger. There aren't many spies, only 6 in total. But these 6 people are all high-ranking people in the human race, god race, and purple gold divine dragon race. They can even be described as covering the sky with one hand. Qin Feiyang said. No way. So exaggerated. Could they be venerables? Longqin was surprised. Because covering the sky with one hand was something only the venerables of the various races could do. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. White-Eyed Wolf and Longqin looked at each other in shock. The next day, late at night. In the village. Boss Ji and a group of elders were sitting in a secret room. Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Long Qin were also here. The three of them looked at the secret room. They didn't expect there to be such a secret place under the village. At the same time, Ji Jiu stared at Qin Feiyang with a cold light in his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Jiu Yi, can you not look at me like that? I'm a little nervous. Why didn't I see you nervous when you snatched my tea tree? Ji Jiu sneered. Didn't I say that I won't take it for free? In the future, I will be filial to you and pour tea for you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ji Jiu rolled his eyes. Do I need you to pour tea for me? He frowned and said, but speaking of which, why are you here in the middle of the night and so mysterious? What's the matter? I'll tell you when the monarch, the divine king, and the supreme being are here. Qin Feiyang said with a serious face. That's right. The matter of the spy was of great importance, so he had to call the monarch and the other two over and explain it in person. The reason why they chose to meet in this place was that it was safer than other places. A moment later, the monarch and the other two finally entered the secret room. Greetings, elders. The divine king and the supreme being of the human race were also very respectful to these elders. There's no need for formalities. Boss Ji waved his hand and smiled. He pointed to the three chairs next to him and said, have a seat. The three of them walked over and sat on the chairs. They also looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two suspiciously. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the three of them. I've found out about the spy. So fast. The three of them were stunned. Qin Feiyang said, I'm afraid this result will disappoint you and also make you disappointed. You have to be mentally prepared. So, there really are spies? The divine king frowned. If there aren't any, why did we call you here? The white-eyed wolf was speechless. Speak. What kind of storms have we not experienced? The supreme being of the human race spoke. Although he said it casually, his voice was trembling. The group of elders also frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. Let's talk about the human race first. The two spies of the human race are the third supremacy and the head of the law enforcement hall. Qin Feiyang said. What? The supreme being of the human race suddenly stood up with a face full of disbelief. Whether it was the third supremacy or the head of the law enforcement hall, they were both existences of the supreme being mountain. They were actually spies of the sea race and the beast race. When I first learned about this, I also found it hard to believe. Although I've never seen the head of the law enforcement hall, I remember the third supremacy. When I was in the West Continent and looted the Spirit Vein and Crystal Vein, he was ordered to invite us to Mountain Supreme. His attitude back then was quite polite. And he treated the people in the city well. But I never thought he was such a person. Qin Feiyang sighed. Hearing this, the monarch and the divine king turned to the supreme being of the human race and sighed. Calm down. Don't be angry because of two spies. It's not worth it. How can I not be angry? I treat them like how I treat my own brothers. When I got those pills to unlock the door of potential, the first thing I thought of was them, but they betrayed me. The supreme being of the human race clenched his fists. The monarch and the divine king looked at each other and felt nervous. If the spies of the human race were the third supremacy and the head of the law enforcement hall, then what about the god race and the purple gold divine dragon race? Their status was probably not low. After the supreme being of the human race calmed down, Qin Feiyang looked at the divine king and said, and the god race, the divine king's heart was in his throat. Please don't let it be those people she valued. Qin Feiyang sighed. One is the city lord of the divine city, and the other is the 10 supremacies of the god race. The god king's expression froze. Although she had been mentally prepared, she still couldn't accept this result. The city lord of the divine city, the 10 supremacies, what was the difference between them and the third supremacy and the head of the law enforcement hall? They were all people of high status and power. The 10 supremacies, Qin Feiyang also had a deep impression of them. Back then, when he first entered the Divine Island, the 10 supremacies were guarding the Divine Island. Jiang Yuquan and Jiang Yunshuang, who died in the hands of Long Chen, were all descendants of the 10 supremacies. The sea race and the beast race really put in a lot of effort. The people they bought are all so powerful. Ji Jiu looked at the Divine King and the supreme being of the human race and sighed. These damn bastards, I'll kill them. The Divine King shouted angrily. He was full of killing intent. These were not just people she valued, they were all her trusted aides, but they had all betrayed her. Wait. The 10 supremacies betraying the god race, does it have anything to do with you killing Jiang Yuquan and Jiang Yunshuang? Ji Jiu looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and asked. No. The 10 supremacies were bought many years ago. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What about Jiang Qianwu, Jiang Yuquan, and Jiang Yunshuang? The Divine King asked. Qin Feiyang said, although they are the descendants of the 10 supremacies, they don't know the relationship between the 10 supremacies and the sea race and the beast race. The Divine King breathed a sigh of relief. The monarch looked at the Divine King and Ji Jiu, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, now, let's talk about the spies of the purple gold divine dragon race. The group of old people also held their breaths and looked at Qin Feiyang. The spies of the purple gold divine dragon race are not among the 10 supremacies. Qin Feiyang said. That's good. The monarch and the group of old people all let out a long breath. As long as they were not at this level, it was fine. But, Qin Feiyang changed the topic. The monarch and the group of old people were stunned, and their hearts were in their mouths again. Just the word, but, alone was enough to make people shudder in fear. Brother, let's talk. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang, the monarch and the group of old people, and said, the two spies of the purple gold divine dragon race are Old Wu and Ji Tianfeng. What? As soon as he said that, the monarch and the group of old people all stood up, their eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 4140. The Divine King and the king were also in disbelief. Of course, they knew about Ji Tianfeng and Old Wu. Let's talk about Ji Tianfeng first. This person was Ji Yunhai's biological son and the king's nephew. This was a true family member. Blood was thicker than water. Then there was Old Wu. In the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, he also had a superior status and was deeply trusted by the king. But now, these two people actually betrayed the king and became spies for the Sea clan and the Beast clan. The world was really unpredictable. In the secret chamber, there was dead silence. The king and the group of old people were all heartbroken. The Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan had so many clansmen, why did it have to be these two? Qin Feiyang sighed softly and looked at the king. I read Tianpeng's memories and learned that Old Wu is not a member of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Hearing this, the king and the group of old people returned to their chairs one after another and remained silent. Old Wu is indeed not a Purple Gold Divine Dragon. The human clan supreme being nodded. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at the human clan supreme being. The human clan supreme being pondered for a while and explained to the three of them, Old Wu is actually a human, but the king treats him very well because Old Wu once saved Ji Tianyue. Saved the ancestor? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The human clan supreme being nodded and recalled the past with a smile. Ji Tianyue was very naughty when she was young and often sneaked out alone. Naughty? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. There was such an interesting thing. Once, she ran out alone and accidentally entered a forbidden area. That forbidden area is naturally nothing in our eyes, but for a little girl like her, it was a place where she had a slim chance of survival. In the end, Old Wu saved her by coincidence and brought her out of the forbidden area. This girl has been the king's pearl since she was young. He treats her better than Heavenly Lord Ji. Therefore, seeing that Old Wu was alone, he took the initiative to invite Old Wu to stay in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Ji Tianyue also liked this savior very much, so old Wu stayed in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan and taught her cultivation. Of course, the monarch is not a foolish person. He secretly investigated old man Wu's identity. He was indeed a lonely old man with no one to rely on. Moreover, he usually treated Ji Tianyue as well as his own granddaughter. Slowly, the monarch let down his guard. In the end, I even treated him like a father. But the world is unpredictable. Who would have thought that he would betray the king and become a spy for the sea race and the beast race in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race? The human autarch sighed. I see. The white-eyed wolf suddenly understood. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and sighed. If the old ancestor knew that her master was a spy for the sea race and the beast race, I wonder how sad she would be. Yeah. Fortunately, the old ancestor is not here. Qin Feiyang nodded. The monarch took a deep breath and calmed the anger in his heart. Appearing extremely calm, he asked, then do you know why Ji Tianfeng and old Wu betrayed our Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan? The calmer it was, the scarier it was. Everyone could feel a dangerous aura from the monarch. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the monarch and the group of elders, saying, speaking of which, it has something to do with your clan rules. Clan rules? The group of elders was stunned. Yes. This rule is the inheritance of the 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang looked at the monarch and said, you and Ji Yunhai are brothers. As your brother, you can inherit the 3,000 incarnations, but Ji Yunhai can't. As Ji Yunhai's son, Ji Tianfeng is even less qualified. So, after seeing Ji Tianjun and Ji Tianyue inherit the 3,000 incarnations, Ji Tianfeng felt extremely unbalanced. I see. Everyone nodded. Bloodline is only one of the 3,000 incarnations. It mainly depends on talent. Ji Tianfeng's talent isn't even 1% of Ji Tianjun and Ji Tianyue's. What right does he have to inherit the 3,000 incarnations? Ji Laoshi grunted. Even so, Ji Yunhai and the monarch are brothers. Seeing the monarch's people inherit the 3,000 incarnations, Ji Tianfeng will definitely feel uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang said. What about Ji Yunhai? The monarch asked. Ji Yunhai has nothing to do with this. And he doesn't know that Ji Tianfeng has become a member of the Beast Race and Sea Clan. Actually, the Beast Race and Sea Clan did want to find Ji Yunhai. However, when Qin Feiyang said this, his expression became extremely strange. However, the monarch was suspicious. Cough, cough. Ji Yunhai's talent might not be that good. The Sea Clan and Beast Race didn't take a fancy to him, so they found his son, Ji Tianfeng. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. The monarch's mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly. My brother's talent is indeed not that good. Since I became the monarch, I have been giving him resources. It can be said that the resources I gave him exceeded the Ji siblings. But in the end, Ji Tianjun has already grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, and he has only comprehended 2 supreme laws. If these things didn't happen to you, and she wasn't sealed for so many years, I reckon she would have already grasped the will of the heavenly Tao by now. You have to know that the siblings are still just juniors. The monarch sighed incessantly. He had a look of disappointment on his face. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to doubt this, because back then, the old ancestor had given Yun Xiang 3 supreme laws' ultimate mysteries. The old ancestor had already comprehended these 3 supreme laws' ultimate mysteries when the divine kingdom first invaded the sky cloud realm. Because during the period of being sealed, she couldn't comprehend the law's ultimate mysteries. Moreover, during the years of being sealed, she forcefully cultivated Yun Xiang and the masked Shura into 2 peerless geniuses, which showed how deep her comprehension of the law's ultimate mysteries was. As for Ji Tianfeng, in comparison, his talent is indeed better than his father, Ji Yunhai. But compared to the geniuses of the divine kingdom, it's not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention the human clan and the god clan, even the purple gold divine dragon clan has a lot of people who are more talented than him. Besides, grandfather and the others have the final say about inheriting the 3,000 incarnations. I don't have the right to decide. The monarch shook his head. Are you blaming us now? Boss G frowned. How would I dare? The monarch smiled bitterly. Rules are rules. If Ji Tianfeng betrays the purple gold divine dragon clan because of this, he doesn't deserve to be my descendant. Boss Ji snorted and his eyes were filled with anger. The monarch frowned. But the problem now is that Ji Tianfeng has already obtained the inheritance of the 3,000 incarnations. What? Qin Feiyang, the monarch, and the human clan supremes all looked at the monarch in surprise. Didn't he say that Ji Tianfeng wasn't qualified? Why did he say that he had already obtained the inheritance of the 3,000 incarnations? At the same time, Boss Ji and the other old people also looked at the monarch in shock. The monarch looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, then looked at the old people and sighed. Ji Yunhai was very uncomfortable when Dong Zhengyang took away Ji Shaoyi's Eye of Destiny last time. In order to settle this matter, I made an exception and let Ji Yunhai, Ji Tianfeng, and Ji Shaoyi go to the land of inheritance to receive the inheritance of the 3,000 incarnations. What? Why didn't you tell us about such an important thing in advance? You've really grown up now. You even dare to make decisions on your own? Boss Ji and the other old people were enraged. Something happened today. The remaining 2 will be released at 11. Chapter 41-41. I also want to say that. But I was afraid that you would blame me, so I delayed it until now. The king lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. The supremes and god kings of the human race had long since gotten used to this scene. But Qin Feiyang and the other 2 couldn't help but laugh secretly. Delay? Do you think we won't blame you if you delay it until later? Let me tell you. You didn't have the right to decide before, and you don't even have the right now. Because you're already the king, no longer the clan leader of the purple gold divine dragons. Speaking of which, you're already an outsider. Ji Laoer said angrily. Second master, you're being too serious. Although I'm the king now, the blood flowing in my body is still the purple gold dragon. The king hurriedly said. Don't talk nonsense with me. When we go back, call Heavenly Lord Ji here. I'd like to ask how he became the clan leader. He didn't even tell us about such an important matter. If he doesn't want to be the clan leader, he should replace him as soon as possible. Ji Laoer snorted. Don't. June listened to me and was instigated by me. This has nothing to do with him. If you want to beat or scold him, come at me. I won't fight back. The king hurriedly said. He had the most right to speak about the temper of this group of old people. If he really had such thoughts, he would have removed Heavenly Lord Ji from the position of clan leader. No one dared to say anything. Do you dare to fight back? Ji Laoer glared at him. I don't dare. The king smiled. I think you're itching for a beating. Ji Laoer glared at him. Second brother, things have already become like this. Why are you still talking about this? Ninth master looked at Ji Laoer unhappily and said to the king, you really didn't think about this matter. Do you know why we're so strict about the inheritance of the 3,000 bodies? We're worried that the inheritance will be given to someone with bad intentions and the 3,000 bodies will fall into the hands of outsiders. That's right. We're afraid of meeting someone like Ji Tianfeng. If he gives the 3,000 bodies to the beast race and the sea race, do you know what consequences we'll face? We're not inconsiderate. It's not indifference. We are protecting the status of the purple gold divine dragons in the divine kingdom. Because the 3,000 incarnations are our greatest reliance. Tell me now, did you not do something extremely stupid? Ji Laosan and the others also spoke out. Yes. The king hurriedly nodded his head. Actually, he felt very wronged in his heart. I didn't know that Ji Tianfeng had betrayed the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. If I had known, would I have let him inherit the 3,000 incarnations? Like this. Master Ji Jiu pondered for a moment, then looked at the monarch and said, "Call Ji Tianfeng over immediately." Isn't Fei Yang able to read the memories of those who step in? Later, I'll let Fei Yang read his memories and see if the 3,000 clones have been leaked to the beast race and sea race. Furthermore, I believe that whether it's us, the Divine King, or the paragon of the human race, we are all extremely shocked by this matter. Just in time to call Ji Tianfeng over and verify this matter. He was not suspecting that Qin Feiyang was lying, but this matter was too shocking, so he wanted to confirm it himself. In short, in his heart, he was just holding on to a glimmer of hope. He did not want his descendants to do such a thing to betray the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. What about Yunhai and Ji Shaoi? The king asked. Master Ji Jiu waved his hand and said, "Since they have nothing to do with this matter, then there's no need to alarm them first." Okay. The king nodded, immediately got up, and opened a space-time passage. Wait a moment. Qin Feiyang stopped the king and asked, "You haven't helped Ji Tianfeng open the gate of potential yet, right?" No. The king shook his head and glanced at Master Ji and the others. There was an unspeakable bitterness in his eyes. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that these pills to open the gate of potential were really in the hands of old people like Master Ji. Even the king had no right to use them. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get lost. Master Ji scolded. He didn't show any mercy to this grandson of his at all. Okay. The king nodded and entered the space-time passage with a bitter face. The deity king looked at the monarch who was in a sorry state and transmitted his voice with a smile. "Are you not used to seeing this scene?" "It's okay. I just find it interesting." The king, the most powerful person in the divine kingdom, is being taught a lesson like a child. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. "What's this?" "Let me tell you, after he became the king, he became a little arrogant. In the end, he angered these old people and was directly pressed to the ground and beaten up. That's what I call embarrassing." The divine king began to gossip. "Really?" Qin Feiyang and the other two asked secretly, somewhat in disbelief. "Of course. The human supremacy, and I saw it with our own eyes. From then on, in our hearts, these old people were existences that we can't provoke." The divine king said secretly. The human supremacy at the side also agreed. "So, we're considered lucky." The white-eyed wolf was stunned. "What do you mean?" The divine king and the human supremacy looked at him suspiciously. When we came here, we secretly took away 40 tea trees of 9th Master Ji." The white-eyed wolf laughed dryly. "Tea trees? You're not talking about the tea trees on the back mountain, are you?" The two of them were surprised. "Yes." The white-eyed wolf replied. "Ah." The two of them looked at each other. The tea trees on the back mountain were 9th Master Ji's lifeblood. This group of reckless brats dared to have ideas about those tea trees. It was really a miracle that they could sit here alive. Amazing. The human supremacy secretly gave a thumbs up. Not to mention 40 tea trees, even if it was a tea leaf, he wouldn't dare to touch it. "I really admire your courage. But then again, the best tea in 9th Master's tea garden is the Bodhi Divine Tea. Did you take a few with you?" The divine king said secretly, his eyes flashing. "Are you kidding me? The Bodhi Divine Tea is the tea tree that 9th Master cares about the most. If they dared to touch it, would they still have the chance to sit here?" The human supremacy shook his head. "Well, we took 2. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. "Just 2, the human supremacy instinctively spoke, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. He stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. 2? Are you sure you're not joking?" This sudden turn of events made the group of old men look at the human tribe's supremacy in confusion. The human supremacy reacted and hurriedly waved his hand. Sorry, I was rude. With that, he hurriedly returned to his chair. That's ridiculous. The group of old people was speechless. The human supremacy smiled awkwardly at the group of old people and said telepathically, Brat, are you sure you took 2 Bodhi divine trees? Yes. Qin Feiyang secretly replied. The human supremacy and the divine king gasped. It was said that there were a total of 6 Bodhi divine trees in this tea garden. Now that 2 of them were taken away, wouldn't 9th Master Ji be heartbroken? Most importantly, he didn't even look for Qin Feiyang and the others to settle the score. Thinking of this, the 2 of them were shocked. It seemed that this group of old people valued Qin Feiyang and the others very much. Because if this happened to them, even if they were the human supremacy and the divine king of the God clan, this group of old people wouldn't let them go. The divine king rolled his eyes and secretly chuckled. Well, Qin Feiyang, you see, we've formed an alliance now, right? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He looked at the divine king suspiciously and said telepathically, Senior, if you have any orders, please tell me directly. You're really sensible. The divine king secretly smiled and said, this Bodhi divine tea, I've tasted it once when I came here as a guest, and it was the Bodhi leaf at that time. As for this Bodhi fruit, I've never tried it, so you see, Qin Feiyang understood in his heart. He then looked at the human race prime and saw a hint of desire on his face. Qin Feiyang thought to himself, no problem, it's a small matter. I'll get Huo Yan to prepare it for the 2 of you. The 2 of them smiled. Such a sensible child was really likable. At the same time, Fire Lotus received the telepathic message and immediately got busy. Ji Laoshi suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked excitedly, Kid, I heard that you fused with 2 wills of the heavenly Tao. Are you very strong now? Immediately, the other old people also looked at Qin Feiyang. Yes. As for whether I'm strong or not, I definitely can't be compared with you. Qin Feiyang laughed. Don't flatter me. Ji Laoshi rolled his eyes at him and said with a smile, then when should we have a match? Huh? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a wry smile, if it's just you alone, I'm very willing to spar, but if you all come together, then I'd better just admit defeat. Although the will of the heavenly Tao had now doubled, one had to know that the 15 old people in front of him all controlled 3,000 incarnations and the will of the heavenly Tao. If they joined forces, then no matter how strong he was, he would only be beaten up. What did you say? As if we're bullying you. When did you say that we're going to fight together? Ji Laoshi was displeased. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. Then how strong is your will of the heavenly Tao now? Ji Zhou asked. Qin Feiyang said, on the original basis, it increased by 6 times. Gasp! As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of air. The fusion of 2 wills of the heavenly Tao, wouldn't that be 12 times? Then with the law of life and death, it would be 18 times. This, 18 times, in other words, Qin Feiyang was now able to fight 18 powerhouses of the same realm alone. This was too strong. With such a careful calculation, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be stunned. In that case, could he also agree to these 15 old people in front of him now? At this moment, a space-time passage appeared. Everyone looked over and saw the monarch walking out with a middle-aged young man of about 30 years old. Ji Tianfeng. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at this person. This person was wearing a purple gold robe, and his facial features were quite similar to Ji Yunhai's. Although his aura was not very strong, his overall temperament was not bad. Qin Feiyang. Long Qin. Golden-winged Wolf King. The supreme of the human race. Divine King. And these old men. Ji Tianfeng entered the secret room and looked at the group of people sitting in front of him, and was stunned on the spot. Chapter 41-42. The king went to look for him, but he didn't say where he was going. In other words, He didn't know in advance that he was going to come to this village. He didn't know that the Divine King, the human race sovereign, and Qin Feiyang were also here. This made him instantly realize that something was wrong. Because the people gathered here were all super experts who had grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they could cover the sky with one hand. More importantly, as enemies of the Divine Kingdom, Qin Feiyang and the other two were actually sitting here calmly with the Divine King, the human race sovereign, and a group of old men. Could this be a good thing? Greetings, Divine King, Sovereign. Greetings, great-grandpas and great-grandmas. Ji Tianfeng bowed with fear and trepidation. Boss Ji pointed at Qin Feiyang and the other two and asked, "Do you still need me to introduce these people to you?" "No need, no need." Ji Tianfeng hurriedly waved his hand. Boss Ji said, "Then say it yourself." "Say what?" Ji Tianfeng looked at Boss Ji suspiciously, trying his best to remain calm. "Don't you know what you want to say?" Ji Laosher's temper was a little fiery as he slammed his palm on the table and said angrily. Ji Tianfeng trembled and said in panic, "I really don't know what to say. Please enlighten me, great-grandpa. You're about to die, yet you're still stubborn. All right. I'll give you a reminder, Beast Race, Sea Clan." Ji Laosher stared at him gloomily. Upon hearing the words Beast Race and Sea Clan, Ji Tianfeng's body trembled and he felt uneasy. Why did he mention the Beast Race and Sea Clan? Could it be, suddenly? He shuddered as if a bolt from the blue had struck him, and his mind rumbled. Do you need me to remind you again? You only have one chance. Tell me the truth, and I can consider sparing your dog life. Ji Laosher said in a deep voice. Ji Tianfeng's mind was in a mess. What was going on? Why did these old men know these secrets? Could it be that the Beast Race and Sea Clan had betrayed him? But that was impossible. The Beast Race and Sea Clan didn't do anything good for themselves. Wait. Suddenly, he glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two from the corner of his eyes. Could it be related to these three people? Thinking of this, he looked at the group of elders and said angrily, "Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, don't listen to their slanderous words. I didn't collude with the Sea Race or the Beast Race. You have to believe me." However, hearing this, the group of elders was furious. The Divine King was also enraged. Ji Tianfeng, you're really stupid. Did the old man say that you were colluding with the Sea Race and the Beast Race? Isn't this equivalent to confessing without being pressed? The Divine King shook his head. The moment Ji Tianfeng heard this, he finally reacted and was immediately stunned. How did it become like this? Originally, this old man still had a trace of hope. But now, it seems that this old man was too naive. Boss Ji sighed. Great-grandfather, let me explain. Ji Tianfeng's body trembled as he hurriedly cried out. All right. Boss Ji nodded and took a deep breath. I'll give you a chance to explain. It was the Sea Race and the Beast Race who forced me to do this. They said that if I didn't cooperate with them, they would kill my wife and children. I was also forced. Great-grandfather, you have to believe me. Ji Tianfeng knelt on the ground and begged. Forced you? Ha! As soon as these words came out, Boss Ji was so angry that he laughed. The other elders and the king also had a look of disappointment. Did I say something wrong again? Ji Tianfeng was flustered. You did say something wrong. With the status of the purple gold divine dragon race in the divine kingdom, even if the beast race and the sea race have the ruler behind them, would they dare to threaten you? Moreover, you are the nephew of the king. They threatened you, aren't they afraid that the king will settle the score with them? So, the beast race and the beast race are not stupid to this extent. Long Qin looked at Ji Tianfeng and said disdainfully. Hearing this, Ji Tianfeng's face turned pale and his entire body collapsed to the ground weakly. He was usually a smart person, why was he making mistakes again and again? What a fool. In fact, it was caused by nervousness. Because this was too sudden, he was caught off guard. So when faced with these problems, he would naturally make one low-level mistake after another. Now there's nothing to say. Boss Ji sighed, his eyes full of disappointment. He turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Read his memory." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. A puppet imprint appeared. Ji Tianfeng immediately quivered and hurriedly got up. A group of people rushed towards the secret room, preparing to escape. "Humph." The king snorted, grabbed Ji Tianfeng's clothes, and directly pulled him back. Then, he slapped Ji Tianfeng's lower abdomen, shattering his energy sea on the spot. "Ah!" After a scream, Ji Tianfeng roared, "You can't do this to me, you are already very unfair to our bloodline, can't you allow us to resist?" "Unfair? You have to feel your conscience when you say this. Whether it is your father, you, or your son Ji Shaoi, I have never been stingy in terms of resources. In fact, I treat you better than Jun, and his sister." The king said in a deep voice. "Good. Is it good to give a little favor? What is the most important thing for the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan? That is the 3,000 incarnations. But among us 3 generations, who has obtained 3,000 incarnations? This is what you mean by fairness?" Ji Tianfeng roared. Since he had already been exposed, there was no way he could survive. Naturally, he was not so afraid of the king. Don't use the 3,000 incarnations as an excuse. In this old man's opinion, you are born to be rebellious. The angry Ji Laoshe slapped Ji Tianfeng. Ji Tianfeng screamed again and slammed into the wall of the secret room, blood spurting out. "What right do you have to say that I am born to be rebellious? I refuse to accept this. Even if I betrayed the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, it was also forced by you old farts." Ji Tianfeng was hysterical. "Presumptuous." The king roared. "What else do I not dare to say now?" Ji Tianfeng sneered coldly and looked at the group of old men as he said, "You all are selfish. Similarly, they are all your direct bloodline relatives, but the treatment is worlds apart. Just take the position of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's patriarch for example. After eldest uncle steps down, shouldn't my father inherit it? Why is it Heavenly Lord Ji's turn? On what basis? Don't you know? Among you 3 generations, whether it is talent, strength, or ability, who can compare to Heavenly Lord Ji?" Ji Lao snorted coldly. "That is because they have 3,000 incarnations. If they let us inherit the 3,000 incarnations from the beginning, we can also have such achievements." Ji Tianfeng roared. He still pushed all of this to the 3,000 incarnations. Sigh. 3,000 incarnations is just a means to kill the enemy. What does it have to do with talent and ability? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. "Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Why are you here? I understand. So you have already colluded with Qin Feiyang. Neptune and the dragon god's suspicions are all true. And the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, you have also colluded with Qin Feiyang. To think that you spoke so righteously in front of the dragon god and Neptune at Mount Supreme. How hypocritical." Ji Tianfeng scanned everyone present with a face full of ridicule. The divine king and the sovereign of the human race raised their eyebrows. There was anger in their hearts. However, in front of the king and a group of old men, they couldn't flare up. Ha, how ridiculous. The ruler of the 3 major races actually colluded with Qin Feiyang. You are betraying the divine kingdom. And I, even if I cooperate with the sea race and the beast race, in the end, I am still loyal to the divine kingdom and the sovereign. Compared to your betrayal, what is this? So, what right do you have to teach me a lesson? Just you wait, the sovereign will not let you go. Sooner or later, you will be destroyed." Ji Tianfeng laughed wildly. "Bastard. Simply unreasonable." Ji Laoshe couldn't hold it in anymore. He stepped forward and slapped him again. "Ah, Ji Tianfeng screamed as his head exploded on the spot. Blood spurted out, making him look disgusting at this moment. We cooperated with Qin Feiyang for the future of our 3 major races. Because we don't want to be pawns in the hands of the sovereign anymore. And we don't want the fate of our 3 major races to be controlled by the sovereign. And you, everything you did was for your own selfish desires. What right do you have to compare with us? Just because of your words that will destroy the 3 major races, you won't be able to escape death today. Ji Laoshe was heartbroken. How could there be such a descendant? Then, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Do it." Qin Feiyang nodded. The puppet imprint entered Ji Tianfeng's head like lightning. Ji Tianfeng struggled with all his might. But previously, Ji Laoshe's slap not only shattered his head, but also severely injured his divine soul and sea of consciousness, so his struggle was futile. Soon, Qin Feiyang was able to successfully control it. And immediately read the recent memories. The reason why he only read the recent memories was because Ji Tianfeng had just obtained the 3,000 incarnations, so he didn't need to read all of their memories. Not long after, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, looked at the king and the group of elders, and said with a smile, during the time when he obtained the 3,000 incarnations, he did come into contact with the dragon god and Neptune a few times, but he did not mention the 3,000 incarnations. That's good. The group of elders and the king heaved a sigh of relief. Especially the king. If the 3,000 incarnations really fell into the hands of the Sea clan and the Beast clan, then he would become a sinner of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. The group of elders in front of him would definitely tear him apart. The Divine King asked, then by his side, are there any trusted aides who are also colluding with him? That's not it. After all, betraying the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan is such a big matter, he wouldn't dare to easily pull others into his group. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Divine King nodded, looked at the king and said, then tell me, how should we deal with this person? Regarding this question, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 all remained silent. Because Ji Tianfeng was a direct descendant of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, how to deal with him was up to the king and the group of elders to decide. They had no right to interfere. Chapter 41-43. At the same time, when they really began to face this problem, the angry monarch and the group of elders also fell silent. Their mood was very complicated. As Boss Ji's grandson, Ji Tianfeng was naturally their direct descendant. If they killed him on the spot, they couldn't bear it. But if they didn't kill him, it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Moreover, based on Ji Tianfeng's previous performance, he didn't have the slightest remorse. If they continued to keep him, he might become a disaster in the future. Ji Jiu looked up at Boss Ji and said, Big brother, you decide. Yes. He is from your bloodline, we respect your decision. Ji Lauer and the others also expressed their stance. Boss Ji looked at the group of people, then looked at Ji Tianfeng who was paralyzed on the ground, and sighed, if you don't remove the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Now is the critical moment, there can't be the slightest mistake. Let's kill him directly to avoid future troubles. Then, when the time comes, how will we explain to Yunhai? The monarch asked. Tell me the truth. If Ji Yunhai still has the heart to protect our Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, he will agree with our approach. Boss Ji said. All right. The monarch nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, looked at the monarch and the group of elders, and said, since we have decided to kill him, then I have a suggestion. What suggestion? The monarch and the others looked at him suspiciously. Since he's going to die anyway, why don't we let him play the last of his value and make up for his mistakes and make a final contribution to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan? And my suggestion can also cover up his betrayal of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. In this way, not only can we protect his reputation, but we can also stop the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan from panicking. Qin Feiyang said. Panicking? The monarch was stunned. Where did this come from? Yes, panicking. Think about it, if the news of Ji Tianfeng's betrayal spread in the clan, how will the clansmen react? It will definitely be panic. At that time, they will all let their imaginations run wild. Will there be other spies hiding? If that's the case, it will definitely cause a lot of disturbances in the future and affect the unity of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Qin Feiyang said. Makes sense. The monarch nodded. He hadn't thought about it yet. He also admired Qin Feiyang's mind for thinking so far ahead. Furthermore, you have to consider Ji Yunhai and Ji Shaoyi. Although Ji Tianfeng's betrayal has nothing to do with them, Ji Tianfeng is their relative after all. If Ji Tianfeng's betrayal is exposed, how will the world talk about them behind their backs? Not only can my suggestion cover up this matter, it can also mold Ji Tianfeng into a hero and let Ji Tianfeng be openly buried in your Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's ancestral land. Qin Feiyang smiled. Buried in the ancestral land? He's just a traitor. What right does he have? I don't agree. Boss Ji objected immediately. Great-grandfather, I know how you feel. But think about it. Ji Tianfeng committed such a grave mistake. Not only did we help him cover it up and protect his reputation, we even buried him in the ancestral grounds. What would Ji Yunhai think when the time comes? He will definitely be grateful to all of you. You don't want Ji Yunhai to hate all of you because of Ji Tianfeng's death, and there will be another traitor. Qin Feiyang said. I think Qin Feiyang has a point. This matter is a great humiliation to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. We will try our best to cover it up. Boss Ji nodded, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, So, what is your suggestion? Send Ji Tianfeng's body to the East Continent. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Send it to the East Continent? The monarch and the others were surprised. What kind of abacus was this? Why couldn't they understand it? Don't you understand? Stupid. Little Qin Zi means to frame Ji Tianfeng's death on the beasts and the merfolk. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Frame them? The monarch was stunned. Yes. What do you think the world will think if we send Ji Tianfeng's body to the East Continent? At that time, we won't even need to publicize it. Everyone will naturally think that the beasts and merfolk killed him. Let's talk about Ji Tianfeng. As a direct descendant of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, if he died in the hands of the beasts and merfolk, how big of a sensation would it cause? Let's not talk about the humans and beasts first. Let's talk about the Purple Gold Divine Dragons. At that time, they will definitely hate the merfolk and beasts to the core. And you can also take this opportunity to openly turn against the merfolk and beasts. Qin Feiyang smiled. Long Qin was stunned by these words. When Qin Feiyang finished, she immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and said disdainfully, You're so cunning. Do you know how to talk? This is called strategy. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, then he looked at the monarch and continued, and by doing this, you can also lay a good foundation for your rebellion in the future. Foundation? The monarch frowned. That's right. In the future, you will fall out with the sovereign sooner or later. But now, except for you, Heavenly Lord Ji, and the great-grandfathers and grandmothers, most of the other clansmen are still on the sovereign's side. So in the future, when you officially fall out with the sovereign, these clansmen will definitely hesitate. But if we handle this matter with Ji Tianfeng well and incite the anger of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, then they will naturally rebel with you. In other words, Ji Tianfeng's matter is a fuse. Qin Feiyang smiled. The monarch was also stunned when he heard this. What kind of monster was this kid? It was originally a very small matter, but in the end, he forcefully came up with a big conspiracy. This mind of his was a little too frightening. This idea is not bad, but you have to pay attention to your words in the future. I'm not rebelling. I'm fighting for the fate of the Purple Gold Divine Dragons. The monarch said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and nodded. Yes, I didn't use the right words. The monarch rolled his eyes and looked at the group of elders. I personally think that his suggestion is not bad, but I don't know what you think. As long as it's good for the purple gold divine dragons, we agree. Besides, Ji Tianfeng can be used to such a value, it can be considered as atonement for his mistakes. Boss Ji nodded. The Divine King and the Human Race Supreme looked at each other and were also willing to submit to Qin Feiyang's strategy. Alright. Since it's decided, leave this matter to us. You just have to cooperate with us when the time comes. When the time comes, you can even find an excuse to kill a few beast gods of the beast race, and the dragon god will have nothing to say and can only suffer in silence. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. You arrange it. The monarch nodded. Ji Tianfeng, who was paralyzed on the side, was also trembling with fear. This was Qin Feiyang. He was truly a person who made people tremble in fear upon hearing his name. No. This person was a devil. Uncle, great-grandfather, I know I was wrong, don't kill me, please, give me another chance. Seeing Qin Feiyang walking towards him, he immediately trembled and hurriedly knelt on the ground, hugging the monarch's thigh and begging. Opportunities are not given by others, you have to fight for it yourself. Besides, to be able to use the remaining heat for the future of the purple gold divine dragon race, you can be considered to have died a worthy death. Don't worry, after you die, I will take good care of your father and son. The monarch looked at him coldly. No, Ji Tianfeng shook his head, his face full of fear. He turned around and crawled to Qin Feiyang's feet. Qin Feiyang, we can be considered a family, please do me a favor and give me a chance. Sigh. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He raised his arm and pressed his fingertips on Ji Tianfeng's forehead. No, please, I don't want to die, accompanied by a scream, under Ji Tianfeng's extreme despair, a law of life and death emerged and directly penetrated his head, annihilating his soul on the spot. A thumb-sized bloody hole was left between his eyebrows. Chapter 41-44. Next. Qin Feiyang and the other two didn't stay any longer. They took Ji Tianfeng's body and entered the East Continent overnight. And it was near the Dragon God Mountain. If they wanted to shift the blame, they would directly shift it to the Dragon God. Only in this way could they exert the greatest effect. The Dragon God Mountain that was razed to the ground had long been rebuilt. Now, it was beautiful again. However, looking at the Dragon God Mountain, Qin Feiyang and the other two were like three ghosts hidden under the night sky. There was a trace of coldness in their eyes. Do we need to lure the Dragon God away? The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. Yes. But it's not you, it's me. Let's meet at the Thousand Phoenix Mountain later. Qin Feiyang took out Ji Tianfeng's body and handed it to the white-eyed wolf. The Dragon God's strength was unfathomable. He couldn't let the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin take the risk. Then be careful. The white-eyed wolf warned. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin looked at each other and immediately put away Ji Tianfeng's body, restrained their aura, and disappeared into the mountains below. Is there really a way to restrain the 3,000 incarnations? Qin Feiyang looked at the courtyard on the top of the mountain and muttered to himself. Then, he took a step forward and roared without holding back his aura. Below. The giant peaks suddenly began to collapse, and the rumbling was deafening. On the top of the mountain. In the attic. The Dragon God was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing the movement outside, he immediately got up and took a step forward. He appeared outside the courtyard and looked up. When he saw Qin Feiyang in the distance, his eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. How dare you come to my Dragon God Mountain to make trouble? Boom! Accompanied by a powerful aura, the Dragon God took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Causing trouble? You underestimate me, Qin Feiyang. You think I'm a clown? Let me tell you, I'm here to kill you. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The ultimate mysteries of all the strongest laws were instantly activated. A heaven-destroying, earth-shattering divine might shook the world. You? The dragon god sneered. One after another, ultimate intents appeared out of nowhere. There were actually a total of 8 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. The destruction law, devour law, nothingness law, space-time law, time law, karma law, death law, and the last one was the light and darkness law. Powerful indeed. Qin Feiyang felt a chill in his heart. 8 ultimate profundities of supreme laws were even more powerful than the 3 monarchs. This was because the monarch and the other 2 had only mastered 7 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. Boom! Accompanied by the eruption of the will of the heavenly Tao, the 2's law energies collided. However, Qin Feiyang's ultimate profound did not activate the will of the heavenly Tao. This was because the battlefield could not be here. Otherwise, the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin would not have a chance. Because of this, Qin Feiyang was no match for him. He spat out a mouthful of purple gold dragon blood and his face turned slightly pale. Whoosh! Immediately, he turned around decisively, activated the moment of time, and fled into the sky. You want to leave after coming here? You're too naive. The dragon god also activated the moment of time and chased after him at lightning speed. But he did not notice. Just after he left, 2 black figures sneaked into the dragon god mountain. What aura is that? So powerful. He is Qin Feiyang. There were only 3 beast gods left in the god clan, the human clan, and the purple gold divine dragon clan. The other 7 beast gods were in the east continent. At this moment, sensing the battle fluctuations that erupted from Qin Feiyang and the dragon god, they were initially very surprised and suspicious. After identifying Qin Feiyang's aura, they immediately soared into the sky, opened the space-time tunnel, and went forward to encircle him. In a short while, 2 beast gods appeared in front of him. The lairs of these 2 beast gods happened to be in the direction that Qin Feiyang had fled. So, they intercepted him from this side. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, turned in the air, and fled in another direction. The dragon god and the 2 beast gods looked at each other and changed directions at the same time, continuing to chase. In just a short while, in front, 2 more beast gods ran to intercept him. A blood Kirin and an ice phoenix, fierce and powerful. Run? The dragon god laughed. You want to stop me with just these 2? Qin Feiyang was disdainful and activated the 6 ultimate laws. Not activating the 3,000 clones? Then aren't you courting death? The blood Kirin and ice phoenix sneered and activated the 6 ultimate laws, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. Ignorance is terrible. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Since they had delivered themselves to his door, why should he be polite? By directly crippling these 2 beast gods, it was equivalent to obtaining 12 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. The blood Kirin and 5-clawed golden dragon of the black tortoise world were also waiting to fuse their ultimate laws. Boom! Just before the collision, Qin Feiyang's lips curled up, and the will of the heavenly Tao finally erupted. With the appearance of this will of the heavenly Tao, the dragon god and the 4 beast gods' expressions changed. What a powerful heavenly might! Was this still the will of the heavenly Tao? It felt as if they were facing the real heavenly Tao. Boom! With a loud explosion, the 12 ultimate laws of the blood Kirin and ice phoenix were unable to fight back and shattered on the spot. Divine might roared. The void collapsed, and the earth sank. In the mountains, the blood of countless fierce beasts splattered everywhere. These fierce beasts were all beasts, so Qin Feiyang naturally did not care. But the dragon god and the 4 beast gods were heartbroken. You should worry about yourselves first. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The 6 ultimate laws continued to attack the blood Kirin and ice phoenix with a monstrous power. Dodge! The dragon god shouted. This will of the heavenly Tao had far exceeded the will of the heavenly Tao that they had. Even the beast gods could only be killed in an instant. The Blood Kirin and Ice Phoenix quivered and immediately turned to escape in two directions, their backs drenched in cold sweat. How could there be such a terrifying will of the heavenly Tao? They had never seen it before. Boom! Although they escaped quickly, they were still affected by the aftershock of the 6 ultimate laws. Their mountain-like bodies were torn apart on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. This scene made the other 2 beast gods beside the dragon god shudder with fear and trepidation. Just the remaining force alone was enough to shatter the flesh of the beast gods into pieces. If they were killed head-on, wouldn't they die on the spot? The dragon god's face darkened slightly. Qin Feiyang's strength had far exceeded his imagination. At the same time, the Blood Kirin and Ice Phoenix thought they had escaped. But suddenly, they felt another strong sense of danger coming from behind them. When they turned their heads to look, they were instantly scared out of their wits. They saw that in the void behind them, there was actually a person who looked exactly like Qin Feiyang, and he was charging towards them. 3,000 clones. There was no need to think to know that it was 3,000 clones. Lord Dragon God, save us! Their bodies were torn apart. Whether it was speed or strength, they could no longer exert their peak state. They frantically ran for their lives while calling for help. No one can save you. The 2 clones sneered. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stopped in the void and turned to face the dragon god and the other 2 beast gods. This was to prevent them from rescuing the Blood Kirin and Ice Phoenix. You 2 go rescue them, the dragon god said to the 2 beast gods gloomily. He stared at Qin Feiyang and said, "You are courting death." Boom! A mysterious aura suddenly erupted. Qin Feiyang was about to intercept the 2 beast gods, but as this aura erupted, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Whoosh! He didn't dare to hesitate and activated all 3,000 clones. Seeing this, the 2 beast gods who were about to rescue the Blood Kirin and Ice Phoenix immediately retreated. Actually, even if they succeeded in bypassing Qin Feiyang and ran to rescue them, it was already too late. Because the 2 clones had already caught up with the Blood Kirin and Ice Phoenix. Ah! Following a cry of agony, the flesh of the 2 beast gods shattered into pieces. Their souls were fatally injured. The 2 clones attacked and instantly sealed their souls to prevent them from self-destructing. You really don't know what death is. This scene made the dragon god completely furious. You 2, stop him. Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate and left this sentence to the 2,998 clones behind him. Then he turned around and shot through the sky like lightning to join the other 2 clones. Die here for this sovereign! The dragon god roared angrily. Wisps of mysterious power surged out and instantly turned into a 3-foot-long sword. It was colorful and dazzling like a colorful diamond. Feeling this aura, Qin Feiyang turned his head to look, and his expression changed. This was actually the power of origin. How was this possible? The dragon god actually controlled the power of origin? The power of origin was something that only the ruler of the divine kingdom could control. Could it be, this was given to him by the ruler of the divine kingdom? This was the dragon god's strongest technique? It was indeed terrifying. Because he had already experienced the power of origin of the divine kingdom when he entered the divine kingdom. There was nothing that could stop it. He finally understood why the dragon god and Neptune both had the means to restrain the 3,000 clones. The reason was the power of origin. With the power of origin of the divine kingdom, how could the 3,000 clones be a match for the dragon god and Neptune? Instead of calling it restraint, it was better to call it crushing. The 3,000 clones also realized the seriousness of the problem. The law of life and death and the ultimate profoundness of the 6 supreme laws were activated without reservation. The will of the heavenly way also erupted. Retreat! The other 2 beast gods were horrified when they saw this scene. They were different from the dragon god. The dragon god controlled the power of origin of the divine kingdom, but they did not. Facing the law of life and death, the ultimate profoundness of the 6 supreme laws, and such a terrifying will of the heavenly way, they did not even have the courage to fight. However, the dragon god did not retreat at all, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. With a slash of the long sword in his hand, thousands of sharp lights swept across the sky like a torrent, and 3,000 clones appeared. Rumble. In just an instant, the 3,000 clones collided with the sword aura. Qin Feiyang had also joined the 2 clones. When he turned his head to look, his pupils immediately shrank. Even the current will of the heavenly way could not compete with the power of origin of the divine kingdom. Whether it was the ultimate profoundness of the 6 supreme laws or the law of life and death, they were all shattered like rotten wood. How could he dare to continue fighting? He immediately opened a space-time tunnel and entered it without looking back. At the same time, the sword aura surged, and the 2,988 clones all dissipated in an instant.